hit the escape.
Is there a way to make that smaller so it's easier to read the chat?
I don't know. How did you get up there? She's just sitting there. Quit, Jonah.
She's sneaky, man.
I never heard her jump anything. She never touched my arm.
She doesn't weigh anything. She doesn't weigh anything, so she can be quiet.
She's very quiet. That's as small as it'll go. He didn't eat any of the food. He did drink quite a bit of the milk. He did drink the milk. You sure you don't want any more?
No, I'm good.
No more? Okay. Since you're patiently waiting.
I forget your thing.
Excuse you. Shabbat shalom, True. How are you today?
I'm taking those pain pills they gave me for the procedure. I didn't need them the first 2 days, but I am now.
What procedure is that?
It was just a DNC because of blood.
Oh, okay. Yeah, those can be painful.
Yep.
Yeah, I've had one of those before, so.
Thank you, Guy.
We got your card the other day. I like the artwork you did on that.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, and I'm getting the biopsy results instead of 2 weeks from now. I'm getting them.
Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday.
1 week.
Wednesday. Well, that's good. Less waiting.
Yeah, it is. Eli looks like he is so much bigger.
Yeah, he's.
Is it 2.5 pounds almost?
Yeah.
Well, hello
Let her see
there,
your
little
face.
kitty.
Let her see your face.
Yeah, little
Let her see
kitty.
it. Here.
He
There we
says,
go.
I'm busy. I'm busy.
Yeah, he's a squirmy little booger, man.
Yes.
I mean, he is wide open.
Ha ha ha.
He's
That's
all
where
over
I
the
want to
place.
be. That's where I want to be. Don't you know where I belong?
No, he's really wanting to go get in the floor and play with the other cats.
Oh.
It looks like he runs up to him and gives him a big old bear hug, but he's actually trying to take him down.
They're so gentle with him.
Yeah, they really are.
Of course, he's really gentle too. He doesn't
Right.
use his claws for anything except when he's trying to climb on me. Of course, I'm the only thing he climbs. He doesn't climb the furniture or anything. He's not.
Well, that's nice.
He can get on something, he just can't figure out how to get down.
Yeah.
Ah.
I think it's
His vision still isn't set.
yeah.
And how old is he now?
He's
7 weeks.
7 weeks.
I think when he was when I
Okay,
found
just
him
because Sarah was up there doesn't mean you can.
when I found him he was severely dehydrated.
Becca.
And his eyes are crusted over and everything. And I'm thinking that the hydration that he went through is probably slowing down his ability to see clearer.
Slow down his development.
Yeah, slowing down his development a little bit because he's still kind of wobbly too when he walks. Now, I think a lot of that has to do with he really can't see that well. I mean, if you're playing with him, he's like a split second delay before he tries to grab it, and sometimes he misses it
Oh.
altogether. I mean, like yesterday, I was playing with him in the floor in the kitchen, and I kicked a little toy ball to him, and he started smacking it, and then he smacked it to his right hand side, but he was still running forward to catch it, and ran to the cabinet. I was
Huh.
like, buddy, you didn't see when you smacked it over there? And he never did find it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's that little red laser that you can use to play with cats, it puts the red dot everywhere.
Uh-huh.
He can see that, but he can't, uh, he's delayed when he sees it. And every time he
Is
goes to
that
grab,
unusual for that age?
Yeah, usually by
yeah,
this age they're steady on their feet and they're able to track movement better.
hmm
But he was delayed because he had the infection in his eyes and was
Yeah.
severely dehydrated. So hopefully he'll catch up.
yeah. Because he only weighed, what, 12 ounces?
Yeah, 12 ounces when we
Yeah.
got him.
And that was already at about 4 weeks.
Yeah, 4 weeks it was 12 ounces. So he was severely
Yeah.
severely undernourished. He's
He's
such a
adorable.
tiny little thing. He is adorable, and he's just the sweetest little
See if
thing.
I can. Let's see.
I have way more groups in my photos than you do.
I've already got them. Hang on.
Wait, did you download them to your memory?
Now I'm trying to find a picture when I got them,
Oh.
so she can see it. Well, it's here somewhere.
So, have you figured out how you're gonna sell your cards? Because I would love to get a set of those cards.
I I want to do a website with what's it called? Pay hip
Okay.
button. And it's just that's pretty complicated for me, so it's going to take some time. You know. And besides that, Danny is now writing the foreword for the books. So I'm going to be going back to spending most of my time probably
Working on the books.
on
Okay.
the books.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You said books plural. I only knew about one. So you've got more than one.
It's a duo. Oops. Oh, good. Thank you for the branch, Hero. I probably needed that. Um, it's kind of uh, the effects of dementia, the inward effects of dementia, and then the more societal effects
Oh,
is, I guess, how I would put it right now. I'm so poor with words.
oh no, you're not. It,
Yeah,
sometimes I struggle getting the right word too.
I was trying to find a good picture of it, but that's what he looked like when he was in the box at the shop. I mean,
Whoa.
his eyes are all messed up, and he was just so tiny.
Wow.
And he shot up in weight, but I think that was just his body taking in all the
Because he was so dehydrated.
yeah, dehydrated. Now he's gotten to where he's not putting on an ounce a day like he was. He's kind of like about half an ounce a day.
Yeah.
Is what he's doing now because he's at 2.4 pounds, And
When was the last time you weighed him?
this morning,
I mean, before that.
a couple of days ago, he was like 2.3. So it's just going to take a while.
Yep.
But at least he's happy and healthy. That's all that matters.
Right.
And he is a happy little dude, I'll tell you.
He looks like it.
He is.
Little ball of fire there.
Yeah.
Angel's
Shabbat
wearing
shalom, Patty
lipstick
and Dave.
today. I said we're feeding.
You got to echo, echo, echo.
It looks like you're wearing lipstick today.
I have some tinted lip cream on.
Ah, that's what she said.
Hey,
Oh, thank you.
She said it looks pretty.
Thank you.
honey,
Wow.
I'll turn mine off.
So you sound like you're underwater, David.
Who is PT? Oh, Patty. Okay.
Feeding them a meat only diet. He's getting the kitten food.
Yeah.
The kitten food is more calorie dense.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get that feedback when it's too close. But you could sit close like Todd and I do. How are you today, Morgan?
Oh, I get it. The microphones are too close, and that's why we're getting the feedback.
Okay.
Is that an organic a lipstick from Azure? That site you go to?
No, it's Stylo. I got it from Amazon,
Oh, okay.
and it's not a lipstick. It's a lip tint.
It's a very nice shade.
Thank you. I don't remember what shade it is. They have several.
I can't wear it. That shade doesn't work with me.
It doesn't go with your purse.
Oh my goodness. They have several, and they're not really expensive.
I don't know why David's all upset about getting feedback. Getting feedback's supposed to be our best friend.
Depends on the feedback.
Echo. So think about this.
I heard somebody.
Uh-oh, Patty just muted herself.
You mute her? Did you mute your phone?
I'm confused. He wants me to be on instead of him, and normally it's the other way.
No. Listen. If we're this close, one of us has to be on, the other has to be off.
Okay.
So that my voice went through your computer to the Zoom meeting, came back, and throughout mine it started feeding back.
Okay.
That thing traveled millions of feet
So, okay,
in seconds.
to come back full circle. Okay, I get it. So should I leave my volume here on?
Just stay the way you are. You're perfect the way you are, baby.
Yes, you are.
Oh,
Aw.
he's going for them brownie points.
Yeah. After 45 years, you still got it.
Yep,
Um,
yep.
It's a really beautiful day out here, and we're heading quickly into the we already have leaves dropping.
Well, I think they said 6 weeks from now is going to be our first frost. So
Wow.
we're just soaking up every day that we can.
Well, if you have any peppers or anything on the plants, you can bring them in before the frost and leave them on your counter, and they will ripen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that. I tried canning one year. I made a really big mess in the house, and but the only thing that really came out good, I would say, were the bread and butter pickles. Those were very tasty. I made some dill pickles that were really mushy, and they're still sitting on the shelf, and I don't know what to do with them. But have you guys ever done canning like that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
dill pickles, you actually have to have something in it that makes them stay crunchy. I can't remember what it's called right now. Hang on, I'll look it up.
Yeah, did we get like the packs of the flavorings, like the
Yeah, but
bread and butter pickle packs?
yeah,
And
but that's just the seasoning. No, it's a specific ingredient that goes in pickles that keeps them crisp. It's some kind of calcium, I think.
Oh, I'll have to look that up. I also think that what I did was I took the ones that were just too big, the cucumbers that were too big, and they never really come out that good.
Yeah,
But I went for it anyway, and it's taking up space on my shelf, and it's using like 10 jars. But
yeah,
They're good at they're good.
it's calcium chloride.
oh, okay. Can you type that in if you
Calcium
can?
chloride. I know what
Oh,
that is.
hey, Dave knows what it is. So maybe I could take those pickles and fry them up or something, make some fried pickles.
Yeah, or try giving
I
them.
don't know. They would probably be really good as relish if you chopped them up and used them as relish in like
oh yeah,
a tuna
Oh, that's a
salad
good
or
idea.
Yeah.
something like that.
Dave said I should feed them to the skunks. I don't even think they would eat it, but anyway, I tried canning, and I can say that I did it, and I'm good for the rest of my life now.
My uncle, my dad's brother, uh, married a Polish woman, and they, her family come from Poland before World War II, and they used to have a big barrel in their barn with Polish dill pickles,
Oh,
and we could just go and get one, and they were unbelievable. I don't know what they did, but it was like a 55-gallon oak barrel. I'm telling you.
I should try that.
Oh, that's a bigger disaster.
yeah. Bread and butter pickles are almost like crack.
Oh my gosh, those are so good.
Those old Polish women, they knew, those people from the old country, no matter where they were coming from, they knew how to do everything. I mean, they were monsters.
Well, I have Polish ancestry. My grandmother, she worked until she was 95 years old. If you can believe
Wow.
that. She worked and very independent and stubborn
She
and
got her hair done every week, though, baby.
yeah, yeah.
She had that gene that you have.
Yeah, it's the vanity gene. I have it.
Yeah.
It's really a gene. My mother is
Your
extremely,
mother is the worst.
she's the worst. She won't come out of her room like if we're visiting until she has a full makeup session.
Could
Not
get 2
for
to 3 hours.
yeah, not for coffee or anything.
No.
And so but I'm not quite that bad, but I do like, makeup and hair and stuff like that. I'm into
It could
it.
be a Chicago thing too. I don't know.
No, it's a genetic
Yeah.
thing. I definitely
Well,
think
all
it's
your friends,
genetic.
they seem to have it too.
Mhm.
For your Chicago friends.
Yeah, they do. They
Look
do.
at I won't mention names, but look at the one that has, the blonde hair.
Yeah, yeah.
Holy cow. That woman, she puts on a lot.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's a thing, I
she's a
guess.
beautiful woman, but I'm just saying, it's weird.
Yeah. Well, I think it's just fun for me. I love, things having to do with
That's
hair and
yeah,
makeup and nails and stuff. And
yeah.
You're a girly girl. That's okay.
well, that's okay. But I was a tomboy growing up.
Yeah. You saw pictures of her. She looked like a little
And my mother, she had to make these things called culottes because
No.
I'd be wrestling with the boys. My little skirts would go up, and so she made these things called culottes so I could go out and wrestle with the boys.
That was a thing in the 60s, the culottes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And my mother,
Do you even know what those are, Angel, or are you too young?
Yes, I know what they are.
What are they?
They're like a cross between pants and shorts and a skirt. It's like a combination of the three into one.
Hmm.
Usually they come around to the knees or to the mid calf.
Yeah, I used to wear those culottes.
Yeah, I'm a seamstress also, so.
Beautiful kindness that mother-in-law's parents from that part of Poland. Yeah.
We can't hear you,
You
Dave.
got to speak up, Dave.
My guy's mother's parents came from Guy, what's that part of Poland?
Lithuania,
Yeah, no, I'm talking about
Belarus.
anyway. That part of Poland that had huge Jewish population. Can't remember the.
Was it Warsaw? Warsaw?
No, or it might have. I'm so bad with geography. Unless I hear the name of the city, I don't. I don't know.
Vilnius.
Vilnius. VI. Voice to text says it's M, but it's not. It's VIL. In US, I think.
I'm not familiar with Poland at all.
Mm-hmm. They had a very famous rabbi there that was one of the most famous rabbis of the era.
Shabbat Shalom, Libby. Already 91 degrees and enjoyed a breeze. Wow.
Whoa.
Patty
And
Dave
here
said
I'm
that your
asking,
leaves are. I'm sorry.
and here I'm asking Guy to make me a fire.
Yeah, Patty and Dave said that they got their leaves are starting to turn.
That's crazy being mid-August.
Vilna.
Thank you, David.
Six weeks, Patty said, and we could have a frost.
Well, yeah, that would be the end of September, early October, so I guess so. It's hard to believe that's 6 weeks away.
It's hard to believe we're already
In August.
3/4 of the way through this year. And I don't know so much that it's getting older that it seems to fly by faster.
I think it does. Takes longer to climb up the hill than it does to go down the hill.
Wow, everybody's quiet today.
Chuck's probably napping.
Hey, I was going to talk on from Patty's machine.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a great scientist, Richard Freeman. He was a physicist, and they asked him, why does time seem to go by faster when you get older? And his theory, and it's just a theory, is that when you're first born, your brain is totally open, and you have to make connections between things. And we do a lot of that. We're in the crib. We learn about up and down and sideways and all this, and the older you get, the more the brain connections have been made and filled in. And so the problem is that you when you do something like drive to work that you've done thousands of times, you don't. It's not like the first time you drove to work and you had to figure out everything. So it just starts going boom, 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 and he suggested that you uh,
Do it different.
do it differently. That
Mix it up.
sometimes, and that's why it's good to like learn new music, for instance, because your brain has to refigure things out for that particular song. But the first time you ever figured a song out, it was all over the place, and the brain. So once it says, "Oh, I've done this before," it gets better at it, and like writing or something like that. And so once all these neural pathways have been established, it doesn't seem to be as long to go through them again. And that's why learning new stuff is extremely important to keep you from getting these diseases and stuff. And
Yeah,
it
what
makes
you're talking about is called neuroplasticity.
yeah.
Yes. And it's very important when it comes to dementia.
Yeah.
True. I'll go over here.
Okay, I'm gonna mute mine and Dave's gonna do his. But I used to do the crossword puzzle every Sunday, the New York Times crossword puzzle. And I always like learning new words and having to look it up, but our local paper doesn't offer it anymore.
Hmm.
I think you can get the crosswords online. The New York.
Yes, I'm gonna have to look that up.
Yeah, because crosswords are really good for neuroplasticity as well. As so is learning a new instrument, learning a new skill, a new hobby.
Yeah.
Um,
Or even learning a hobby that you know, doing it in a different way.
mhm.
Yes. Music. Same thing. Learning a whole
Mm-hmm.
different style of music or
Yes.
and
Different
the
instrument.
yeah, different instrument. I mean, it's an amazing thing that anything you do or your writing style, the writing style can change and all those types of things helps you. I I'm a little older, so I love to have a book that I can hold in my hands and read. It's just the way I see things. Whereas a lot of people are doing the online stuff, and I read a lot of stuff online, but you got a Bible, you 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 mark a page, you put it up on you know your bookshelf, and you come back 3 years later, and you're like, you. Why did I mark this page? Oh, and it's like this
Your
powerful
mom's
things.
Bible was so, amazing how
Yeah,
many notes she has in it. Don't we have that somewhere?
yeah, we have it. And she wrote down what James Tabor said. Ross said this.
Yeah, who read what on what
Yeah,
day
and
when we
then
were
and then we
reading?
would read the half Torah and the Torah reading,
Yeah,
and she'd say, Patty read it this day, and she remembered dates. I do Sudoku, and I do think they help. It's a beautiful thing, that Sudoku. But then you know what I started doing? I started learning on YouTube the ways to the techniques for making a Sudoku easier.
You're
but
a
see, that
cheater.
too is exercising your brain and it's
Yeah.
figuring out because our brain loves patterns.
Yes.
So, but it's very quick at figuring out patterns. So once you figure out a pattern, it
Right.
wants a new pattern.
Yeah.
So it's
Exactly.
keep challenging your brain. That's the
Yeah.
best thing for your mental health.
That it is, and the issue of like learning Hebrew and learning Greek and Aramaic and looking at I haven't figured out Coptic yet, but I'm learning it, and I mean enough to read it. In other words, speaking we I learned a lot of Latin, which isn't a spoken language, and it was a big deal that when I grew up, you had to have 4 years of Latin to get into a big school, but we took Spanish too and Italian, and it's one thing to read a book that says, "Here is the kitty, pet the kitty." Where is the bathroom?
See Dick run.
See Dick run. But this, you hear these people speak it, and then you go to different parts. You go to Mexico versus Spain. It's a totally different,
Then try to order something off the menu and
yeah, and
restaurant.
yeah, and it was like that, and so, I mean, I spoke enough in Italy to figure out a few things, but it's not like reading it. So if I sit down and just focus on the Hebrew, I'm pretty good at reading through it. But when I hear, Elon start speaking at native tongue and native speed, it's I recognize every fourth word. And I watch these Intel people that are listening to say Arabic. It is unbelievable how good they are because these people are mumbling and they're going fast, and yet they somehow pick up what they're saying. And what's that, Pat?
It sounds like a wild animal out in the yard.
We got a lot of birds out here. It sounds like that one's being strangled.
It does.
That's not good.
I was
No.
always when you talk about doing the crosswords in the newspaper and stuff, I was always a big fan of the jumble.
Yeah, the jumble is good.
Oh, I love the
Yeah.
jumbo.
That's kind of like figuring out music. We
But
know it's in the key of C.
the cool thing about Jumble, they have an app.
Oh, is there an
And
app?
Yes.
yeah, they have it's a,
Will it unjumble it for you? That's a
well,
lazy person.
it can, but
It can, but it costs money.
you can do hints. But it's
Oh,
a
wow.
Jumble app.
Jumble. That's your actual logo. Yeah.
Yeah,
And it's very punny.
yeah, it gives you the. I mean, you can. I should get that come up. It's not coming up. There it is. Yeah, it still does it on the bottom.
Oh yeah. What does it mean? Yeah, I like that. Yeah,
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 that,
yeah.
it gives you the word, the
The,
letters.
the letters. First, you got to unjumble the words, and then it gives you the letters circled.
Yes, I love that. I used to play that
Well,
too.
in the newspaper, yeah, you have to do them. Then what was ever circled is the ones you use last. This is basically takes you to the last,
Oh, okay.
so you don't
I
have
got
to do
you.
all that. But it does give you like every day it gives you like the word of the day, and you got to unscramble it and stuff like that. I enjoy doing it. I think I've already got.
Over 1,000. How many have you got done
Oh,
already?
well over 1,000. I've already finished 1,561 puzzles,
Wow, that's awesome.
but I'm usually pretty quick at it. I mean, it's and you talk about as far as memory goes. I mean, when she started, do you still have yours?
My jumble?
Yeah.
I do. I just don't have time to play it.
But she was always, a month or so after me when she was doing it, and she tried to figure out the puzzles, and she says, "What is that?" And I would remember. For some strange reason, it's like I remembered exactly what the answer was because I recognized the puzzle, and it could be a month or two later. But I was like, "Oh, it's this," and she's like, "Oh, okay." But I used to love doing that in the newspaper, though. I used to get stuck a lot, but
Charles, keep working on it. You can actually get back to where you were before.
what's that the?
Sudoku. He said he used to be
I
really good at the hard ones, but since he had his heart attack
Yeah.
and they shocked him a couple times, the easy ones are a struggle for him now.
I don't get it. I've tried Sudoku and it makes no sense to me at all. I'm just like, yeah, screw it.
Those boys and those puzzles. I really, I really enjoy them because uh, the accomplishment. Well, sometimes I have other struggles, and so I'm inside, whether I want to be or not, and so I you get anyway. I'm working on it, Angel. I am. I keep buying the books that have the easy, medium, hard, and extremely hard. And well, it's a lot tougher than it used to be. A lot tougher.
Well, keep working it though. Your brain is able to make a comeback. I mean, mine has since I had the stroke several years ago. It's
Or,
uh,
if something is continually just too much, then sometimes you need to try something else. That's it
What
for
would you
a lot of us.
What would you suggest?
I am not really familiar with Sudoku puzzles and never really cared for puzzles, but the the challenges of learning, say, how a button works on Procreate or on my art app, or how to do something on another application that 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 application changed, or trying a new application. Those are all things that work for my brain and are different things than what I've been doing. Like today, I wrote my puzzle is figuring out how to get back into my email. My email is not accepting my password, but if I changed it, then I need to take both my iPhone and my iPad to someone that can change the passwords in my devices.
Do you ever write down your passwords?
Yeah, I have a matrix, and that's what I was using. I mean, I can't start new matrices very well, but I can still use ones that I have established. And there are some tools that I can't use anymore. But they still work with the Lotus 123 shortcuts. And as long as that continues, I mean, that's very, very long-term memory. Now I forget the question.
Well,
What was
just
your
other
question?
things to exercise our brains. I've been using the Sudoku because, well, I like it, and I despise crossword puzzles. Uh, I just, as much as I like words, I can't. Just no. I got kicked out of a class. I got kicked out of a class in high school because the teacher gave us a crossword puzzle, and I pulled out my chemistry book and started reading it instead. And they sent me to the office and told me you've got to do the crossword puzzle, and I said no, I don't. So they they moved me out of that class and put me in the next highest class, 11th grade class, for accounting. And well, I got a C out of accounting. I was kind of happy with that. But I'm just not gonna do a crossword puzzle. Just no, ain't doing it. Ain't doing it. Ain't happening. But I like the Sudoku. I used to like it a lot more when I could do them well.
Well, there's another puzzle that I do also on an app. It's called Traffic Frenzy, and what you have to do is you have to get the cars in order. As far as there's like one-way streets, there's all kinds of stuff in there, and you have to remove all the cars. And
Oh, that looks fun.
it could be challenging. I mean, it can. I mean, sometimes I have to.
Tell him what the app is called.
It's called Traffic Frenzy.
Traffic. I'm gonna write that down.
Yeah, Traffic Frenzy. And of course, it always starts off easy, and then it teaches you the game as you go along, because it'll add like one-way street. It'll add a fire truck to it, which you have like only a certain limited number of seconds before that puzzle shuts down. Because what happens is if you don't get the ambulance out in time, then you lose.
Dave said, so Charles gets to the pearly gates and he's given crossword puzzles Bible subjects to get in. That's so funny.
I don't care who you are. It's funny right there.
I used to play Words with Friends also when back before I deleted my Facebook account years ago. I haven't started playing any of the games again since I got it back. I just don't have time anymore. There's more important things to do.
Done.
Or more pleasurable things to do.
I might like that traffic thing, Todd. Thanks.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know about the pearly gates, though. If I have to do a crossword puzzle to get in, dang, it's gonna be hot. It's gonna get hot. It's gonna get real hot.
Not what you expect. You never know, right? And I'm just saying
Yeah.
that because I think that's all just fiction, the pearly gates. But it's just funny the way people talk about it. My
Yeah,
dad said
yeah.
my dad said about certain religious teachers, if I think I get to heaven and they're there, then I'll know I'm in hell.
Well,
Yeah.
the old saying is, it's always Saint Peter that set the pearly gates, and it would be funny if he gave Charles the crossword puzzle book and Charles looked at him and go, "Oh, for Pete's sake!" He'd be like, "No, I've already done mine."
Now, here's the worst one, Todd. We get there and it's Apostle Paul.
Then you knew you screwed up.
Yeah, me and Todd both in trouble now.
Yeah, he wouldn't let us in just for on principle.
I'd say, oops, I'm in the wrong place. Well, David, you played that rock music, so you belong down there with the rest of them.
No, if I went to the pearly gates and Paul was the one that gave me the crossword puzzle book, I'd go straight to the back and start flipping the pages. If he asked me what I'm doing, I says, "Well, it's you. You gave me the book, so the answers are back here somewhere."
Yeah, I just can't do that. I know the answers are in the back of the book, but I just no. I'd rather fight you than go to the back of the book.
Yeah,
I used to
life.
do that when I would read books, though. I would go like read the a couple pages of the last of the book, and then go back and read the rest of the book. But
Does anybody else read magazines from the back instead of the front?
I haven't read a
done that.
magazine in years.
I
I
used
don't know why I do that, but I've always done that. It's like I can't stop. It doesn't matter if it's a gun book or a computer book or it if it's a magazine like like at the Walmart magazine shelf, I don't know why I do that.
I do it.
magazines I used to read when I was 13 and 14. I started right in the center.
Oh, there you go.
I'm just being honest. I tell you what I
don't know
did.
what kind of magazine you're talking about.
Oh
there,
man,
David.
they had foldouts in those. Hey, I got to tell you this one though. The centerfold, yeah. No, I mean, I'm just being honest. Why lie when you're pushing 70 like me? Yeah, I don't lie anymore. I was a 13, 14-year-old. It was ignorance was everywhere. Here's the thing though. Remember Bar? I would go to the back of the Bar magazine and look at all the want ads and the classifieds because that's where the good stuff was. Remember that?
Yeah.
Bar, and it would have this book, learn about the real Jesus, or here's the secrets of Hebrew, and a lot of them we ordered, they were just stupid, but I'd be waiting for them. Now the truth that God wants me to know is coming in the mail any day now. Sorry.
I used to get the Jerusalem Post and the newspapers delivered here. They came from Israel.
Right.
Before
Yeah.
the internet.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well,
That
and
took what, about a week or two to get there, didn't it?
I don't know.
Yeah, it did take a week or two, I think.
Yeah, but we've been invited to the Jerusalem Post conference in New York. We missed it this year, but we went with Ross and Ralph Bunton, and
was fun.
Patty got to meet prime ministers, ex-prime ministers, and it was right, and it was a great time. I remember Ralph, because he writes for the Times of Israel and stuff. They interviewed him, so he had interviews on the side. It was really good. Lady asked me, "You want to be interviewed?" And I said, "No, I don't think you want to interview me. I'd rather keep this out." So then Patty goes, and she had the Moses Scroll book, and Ross is there, and Patty just walks up to the guard and says, "I'd like to give this." Who'd you give it to, Patty? He was one of the prime ministers, former prime minister, Ehud Barak.
Ehud Barak?
Who was it?
He was next prime minister.
Yeah, the one you gave the book to.
Ehud Barak.
Yeah, Ehud Barak. That's the one that Patty. And he walked out, and it was all cool. I mean, it was like, they were very open, and it was a good time to go and talk about Israel, and they had Christian preachers that supported Israel, and they talked about the defense, and we've been like 5 or 6 times, and it's just interesting to meet the people who write it, and at the end of the day, just connecting to people. So when you get into Israel, I have a few get out of jail free cards. So Yoram Ettinger is one of them. who was their former ambassador to the UN. And Ralph Bunton set us up in Jerusalem for breakfast with the Yorm. And Yorm gave me his card. So when I accidentally carried that knife to the airport security,
Oh my gosh.
they said, "Who do you know?" And I showed them Yorm's card, and they called Yorm. They go, "We're taking your knife, buddy, but you can get on the plane." I forgot. I like knives. I bought a knife in Jordan, out in the Bedouins, and it was a great argument with them. Like we would. He started out with this many, and
Just like you see, well, I don't want to say never.
let's go ahead.
No, some people fight in restaurants, and you see it on YouTube.
Oh,
It
yeah.
was like that.
I was just going at this guy, and I got it for 1/3 of his asking price, which is probably twice what he wanted for it. And so I put it in my computer bag. It's a 250-year-old knife, Bedouin knife, beautiful. And I know knives, and so to my collection. Get to the airport, and this 250-pound, muscular, masculine woman says, "Come over here, sir." And I go, "Uh-oh, this isn't going to be good." She pushes me up against the wall, and she pulls the knife out and goes, "What were you going to do with this?" I'm like, "Well, I was trying to collect it." And she goes, "Do you have any idea what's going to happen to you?" So they put me in a room. And they make you wait a little bit, sweat a little bit. And then the nicer guy comes in. He goes, "Please explain yourself." And I told him. Then I gave him Jorn Ettinger's card. I said, "I need to keep that card." And they called him right there. And I said, "Jorn, I'm sorry. I did it. I screwed up." "Boy, you really did screw up." And we talked, and then they let me go. And we had to run to the plane because it was ready to take off. But just it was really interesting, those things. And be careful what you bring to the, I have to watch my bag every time I go on a plane because I have so many guns, and I bring around bullets, and you don't want TSA catching you with that stuff. Anyways, did I lose you?
No, we're still here.
Oh, I just wonder if I talked too much. I did
No,
last
you're
night.
fine.
You're good.
Last night, but it's just these are things that happen out there, and you wonder. I gotta tell you another one that could never happen. I'm thinking back in my airplane days, and I was going to from L.A. and Southwest just started to Phoenix, and I had to go. I had my Gibson. I had a Gibson 335 in a case, and I have these cowboy boots on, and I'm going to an unexpected gig really quick, and it's $60. So this is the God's honest truth. In LAX, I pull up in front of Southwest 20 minutes before the plane is supposed to take off. I run up to the counter, so I got to get in that Phoenix plane. Yeah, okay, it's 59 something. I put 320s on the counter. I go, "Is that good?" They go, "That's good. Run down the gate so and so." I'm running, this was in the 70s. I'm running through the airport with those damn high heel cowboy boots. And I come around this corner with his guitar flying, and they slide, and no one stopped me. I run up. I could have had a machine gun in there. I run up to the gate, and they're just shutting the door. And I go, "Please, I got to be on this plane." They stop it. They go, "No problem. Get on." And, I probably made them 3 or 4 minutes late. But the point was, then I saw the OJ commercial. Remember about him running through the airport?
Yeah.
And I go, that's it. I did the OJ thing, Like, if you did that today, we're running through an airport with a guitar case, and there was no security, you'd be tackled. I mean, you would be tackled, and, anyways. It was different times.
Yeah, wasn't that a Hertz commercial?
It was a Hertz commercial.
Yeah.
They stopped using him as their spokesperson.
I wonder why.
Shabbat shalom, Betty. We're glad to have you today.
They
Hey,
stopped
buddy.
using because
Thanks,
it just
y'all.
didn't fit.
Sorry,
Hey.
say that again, Charles.
They stopped
sorry,
using
what?
OJ because they stopped using OJ because it just didn't fit. So they had to.
You don't fit. If they don't fit, you must have
When I get my leather gloves out, which the dogs hated, so I tried not wearing around. If I'm dressing up, I get my leather gloves out. I haven't worn in a year. You have to stretch them because they shrink, and it's like, stop it, Of course, it doesn't fit. And they admitted afterwards that the dream team admitted afterwards, after they won, that was all something they made up.
Really?
Oh yeah. In other words, of course, if you have my leather pants, when I put those on, my, when I think I'm Jim Morrison, I put those leather pants on, and
I think we need a demonstration of
no,
that
no,
here.
but I have to stretch those things. I have to stretch those. Oh yeah, and I won't say it because there's women here, but it constrains things. Can I say that?
Do
Those
they have
leather
holes
pants.
cut in the back of them to show up your butt cheeks?
Uh, oh, I don't know.
They're cloth pants.
They're not chaps. I don't wear chaps on there.
Those are so
Are you? Do you have any? You forget your kilt.
Oh my God.
Forget your kilt. Are you wearing anything under those chaps?
Oh my
All for the love of rock and roll.
Ain't none of us right. I know we ain't right.
No, I saw a shirt just recently. It goes, what did it say? I know, I can't, I don't know what it is, but I know something ain't right. That's the shirt. Yeah. And I would say that about myself. Betty, on the other hand, she's been right a long time. She's been good all a long time.
Oh, I don't know.
She doesn't want
I
to
had a
follow that.
nickname. I used to be called Miss Goody Two Shoes.
There you go. You've been right all along because I was no
But
goody two shoes.
nobody really knew me. That was my persona.
Well, Betty,
That's all I'm going to say about that.
So, Betty, are you saying you have a dark evil side?
Oh,
Or
maybe not
a
dark and
sneaky,
evil,
playful
but
side?
No.
I have chips in my
Yeah,
facade.
yeah. Betty is one of the most truly holy type of people I know.
Oh,
I
come
mean,
on, Dave.
no, you are because listen, I've talked to you over and over and over, and
For
not.
how many years and we've
Yeah,
never heard you
I
say
mean,
a bad word.
I'm not gonna tell you what your brother Jimmy Dan and I've done together, but we ain't the holiest ones in the bunch.
Well, I know some things he's done. Period. I'm not saying anymore. Go on.
Yeah, when we start drinking, we
You
we
won't because
we
it's on
talk.
YouTube.
James and I talk, and that's why he's my friend because I won't say what he said, but he knows things about me, and I know things about him, and but I don't even think if you were totally drunk, your worst thing would be I got mad at someone who pulled out in front of me. I mean,
Well, I'll tell you one story,
okay.
and that is that when my girls were growing up, I mean, three teenage girls. Okay, so it was
God
a
bless you.
challenge.
God
It was
bless
a
you.
challenge. I'll put it that way. I do not remember what the occasion was and what one of them did, but I was so mad that I kicked the closet door and I said a word. I said the F word. And my girls
Holy shit.
heard me.
Oh my gosh.
Holy crap.
My girls heard me and I thought, "Oh my gosh." But I mean, that was anyway, so that was a big chip in my facade. I'm not perfect, okay? Just
Yeah.
put it that way.
If that's the only thing you got to worry about, you're way ahead of me, Betty.
Well, that's not the only thing, but that's the one thing.
No, I
That's
know.
one thing.
Well, it's like this.
Mm.
Here's the deal for me, and I think this happens to a lot. It happened to James. You're brought up, you have a faith, you think you figured it all out, and then,
And then you get tested.
no, you slip
Right.
away from it. You slip away from
Yeah.
it. And you do things, and in the back of your mind, you hear the words of Paul. And then you come back and go, I hope to God this Paul ain't right.
Actually, I need to correct my story. It was not the F word, okay? It was SH.
Oh my God.
Oh, I thought you was having a Christmas story moment when
No,
Ralphie says the F dash dash dash.
Yeah, baby.
You know what
Uh,
your son just said?
yeah.
uh, but my girls heard me, and Mom, I can't believe you. You
Yeah.
know, anyway,
So your
Well,
girls guilt tripped you.
yeah, yeah.
What
Anyway,
was what was
uh,
it? Was it Ralphie said that he had become a connoisseur on soap tastes?
yeah.
He said I can handle
yeah.
safeguard, but I can't do the
Yeah.
I could do the ivory, but not the dove.
Yeah. I got to tell you a soap story since you brought it up. I was playing with the Drama Ghouls, which is five boys. There were five boys and one girl, and the younger boys were kind of like 1 year above me, 1 year below me, and we're playing out there, and I won't say the word, but there was a very very foul word that they spoke, and I was like 8 years old. The older boys said it. So I come home, a little bruised up from the game, touch football, but not really. And, if they would tackle you and then, kick you and stuff, it was just the hood. So I get home and my mother's washing dishes. I said, Mom, what is a blank blank? And she looked at me and she said, Where did you learn that word? I said, From the Drama Ghouls. She took a freaking new bar of ivory soap and put it in my mouth. And I'm not good at swallowing big things,
And
and
you know what? It didn't work.
it didn't work.
It
Hey,
didn't work.
hey,
Still a
Steve is
potty
here.
mouth.
No, I try. I've been better, and now that I know this is recorded, I'm really going to be better. We,
oh
we have
gosh, I forgot this is recorded.
it is now. You're on tape, Betty.
Oh,
How much you want? How much you want for this tape? Steve's here,
Oh
Pat.
my gosh, I need to just close my mouth. Oh, I'm so embarrassed.
Betty
And
said a
that was for
wordy
you
word.
guys. You have to blip
Oh my
it.
gosh,
Blip it
Betty.
out.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
I've done way worse than that, Betty.
I look at you in such a different light now.
Oh, oh gosh.
I'm
Uh,
joking, Betty. Oh my
uh,
goodness.
So
well,
there's
you
that
can't
Betty
see
woman
me.
cussing like a sailor.
My face is red as a beet. Oh my. I do need to watch what I say.
Patty said, Betty, you're just too cute.
Oh. Well, I already asked God to forgive me, so it shouldn't happen. I mean, it should be fine, but I repeated it just now to
You
tell
didn't
you
say the
about it. So
word.
Nope, you didn't
You
say the word.
you inferred the word. You did not say
I
it. So you're
inferred it.
fine.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm not perfect, so please don't think.
None of us
Just
are, Betty.
Truth or
thank you.
dare
Get this
session.
out of your mind.
Do you have anything you want to share, Libby?
Oh. Mm-mm.
Well, I can admit one thing. I don't have any leather pants. I can definitely admit that. That was not something I did on stage.
No, but your friends, Tommy, and they would wear the skin tight,
The chaps and stuff,
and oh my gosh, the leggings.
I got a buddy of mine that's got a band that call it's kind of a dumb name, but I mean it is what it is. But they're called Glamour Kitty, and what they do is all the '80s, hard rock stuff that everybody listened to back in those days. And for a while they were dressing up like that too, wearing the neon clothes and
The wigs.
The spandex, Todd.
spandex. Yep. Of course, it's kind of scary to see
The
Tommy and
most
Greg in
god
spandex.
awful patterns, Patty. The most god awful patterns.
Oh, and they
ever.
were.
Oh, they were hideous. They were.
And the singer, I don't think he does it anymore, but the singer used to dress up like David Lee Roth, wear all those weird neon colored clothes, and
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
yeah, they've kind of tamed since then. But
Yeah, they've let go of the past a little bit, and it should stay. That should stay
yeah, that
back
should stay in the
there.
past. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's certain there's certain hairstyles that should stay in the past. And Libby didn't know we're doing Truth or Dare
Oh
session.
my gosh, that's too funny.
Libby seems like she's been Worldwide Church of God all the way on up to where she's now, and she's never done anything wrong in her life. So, another Betty. No, it's good. I mean, I'm glad that I met people that are holier than me.
I thought you were trying to goad Libby into spilling some truth.
Well, you never know what happens down there in Southwest Missouri or Arkansas, wherever she is.
I remember a long time ago. This is right. Yeah, this was back in the '80s, late '80s. But I was at a music store and a friend of mine came in there. He goes, "Hey man, you doing anything tonight?" I'm like, "No, why?" He says, "Somebody, the guitar player, was going to be out. Wanting to know if I wanted to sit in for the show." I'm sitting going, "Well, yeah, I pretty much know all the stuff that y'all playing. I can make it and fake it. Yeah, that'll work." And I showed up, and the first thing the singer asked me, I mean, because they were all like gussied up, like Cinderella gussied up, kind of stuff. And he looks at me, he goes, "Where's your makeup?" I looked at him, I said, "I don't have any, and I'm not wearing none." He goes, "Well, how you gonna fit in?" I said, "Dude, I'm just filling in for one night." I said, "This will be the last time I fill in too." So I ain't wearing that crap.
I I never understood the makeup till I saw David Bowie, and he was trying to be different things.
Oh,
But
yeah.
but the crazy, I saw Bob Dylan, and he did Whiteface. Did you ever see him in that? And he's got like this white makeup on, sloppily put on, and that was in a Rolling Thunder review, which he had. He had a wonderful guitar. He had David Bowie's guitars, and it's the best I ever heard Dylan. It was very electric.
What his name was, it Mick Ronson?
Mick Ronson, yeah.
Yeah.
Mick Ronson played for Dylan for that one tour, and he. I liked it because he put everyone in a couple of tour buses, even Dylan, and they would play in small venues because they wanted to get back to, there's something impersonal when you go to a really huge show. I've never played in front of 80,000 people, but I have friends that have, and they're like, it's not what you think. It's kind of impersonal. It's good for your ego for a while, but unless you're Freddie Mercury or something, and then they would go back and do these smaller venues, and that's to me, my friends got to see Van Morrison in a pub in Ireland, and it was really kind of fun to see him like that. But and I understand. Anyways, there's Ronnie. It was good seeing you last night, Ronnie, and everybody that came last night.
Yeah.
Very good to see you all. Had some good discussions, and I loaded it up on Band. I loaded up all the Patty's stuff because people were asking for it, and I'm going to put it on Discord and just figuring stuff out. But anyways, Shabbat Shalom to you all.
And a Shabbat Shalom back.
Someone you might know. I'm sorry. Who do you know?
No. I just talked to somebody. I was kind of pulling Ronnie's chain.
Oh,
I talked to someone he knows very well this morning. That's why I was late. And he says someone I might know. So
oh.
anyway,
Okay.
I was just,
Anyway.
I was just picking at Miss Betty.
Okay,
I
so
know you were.
you're going to
You
keep a
probably-
secret. You shouldn't be keeping secrets, Betty. Now you let it out of the bag.
Ronnie didn't hear my secret. I'm not saying it again either. So, and nobody else. Everybody else quiet.
No. I mean about who you're talking to. You're
I
teasing
thought
us.
you meant the other one.
No. That other secret is not. It's not. Other than
Other than it was recorded.
yeah, Angel's got it on her fake Facebook page. Other than that,
Man.
if you were running for office someday, think about how they could go on all this social media, like that guy that was running for office up in Maine, senator, and he got caught with his Nazi comments and his Nazi
Oh,
tattoo.
wow.
He got caught with a Nazi tattoo. Yeah.
Hmm.
No, honestly, yeah, honestly, that you know,
Well, it's it's okay to have that.
Honey, you're not letting Miriam in.
Oh, I didn't see her up there. I'm sorry. But yeah,
Miriam?
according to the media, it's okay to have that.
Yeah,
As long as you're a Democrat,
yeah,
you're okay.
yep.
I'm the same way, Libby.
If that's better than his cousin that came in, or I'm sorry, I didn't say that right. The next one that came in that made two babies with his cousin.
Seriously?
Yeah, the guy that replaced the Nazi.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's got two babies with his second cousin.
Oh, huh?
Oh,
Yeah.
he wanted to keep
Didn't
it
that
a
ruin?
Well, wouldn't he be running for? Wouldn't he be better off running in West Virginia than up there? Just saying. Just saying.
What was
Peter
that?
Pan
Oh shoot! I'm having the guy that was the piano player. I'm thinking of the wrong name. Good golly, Miss Molly. Whole lot of
Little
shaking.
Richard.
Little
Jerry
Richard.
Lee, Jerry
Yeah.
Lee Lewis.
Shut
Jerry
up.
Lee Lewis married his cousin, and he was over in excuse me, right? Jerry Lee Lewis. He was over in England, and he was with his 13-year-old cousin that he married, and they sent him back home. Today he'd be the toast of England, wouldn't he?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was. You couldn't do things. You know that family, right? It's Mickey Gillis, Jerry Lee, and Lewis, and the preacher that got from Louisiana that got caught. I've sinned against you, Lord. Jimmy Swaggart. They're cousins. The three of them are cousins.
Really?
Yes, and music ran in that family. What I mean, I didn't care for Jimmy Swaggart ever, but that man could sit down and twinkle the keys and sing. And I mean, he had it like the whole family had it. I remember going to Gillies. Gillies, yeah, that's a family of royalty. Because I went to Gillies when it was big. Remember the Urban Cowboy was shot there, and you could ride those mechanical bulls.
Never ridden one of those.
Yeah, it was a big thing, kind of like a long time ago. But Patty and I went to this place in Sunset Strip. Pat, what was the name of that place? She's not here. Where they had the big mechanical bull in the middle, and I don't know. Patty got upset when they said they want girls in bikinis, and they would pour oil over them, and they get on the mechanical bull. And I thought it was an interesting concept in physics. And Patty grabs me and said, "We're leaving." Forgive me, Lord. I'm telling it everything, and now it's on the tape. More than that, though, the Almighty knows everything we think and said. So, Patty, you're going to be
Dave,
fine.
who's spilling secrets now, Dave?
I'm telling you my real secrets. I'm telling you the halfway ones.
Don't do like I do. Do like I tell you, right, Dave?
Yes, sir, man. Yep. I've seen things that I shouldn't be seeing.
Well, you missed it just a few minutes ago, Ronnie, because we just found out that Betty's a potty mouth.
Oh man, and she's put it on tape. The Holy One.
Oh no!
Elisheva.
Oh no!
She said one word.
I am shocked. Oh my God!
Yeah.
You're gonna have Miss Betty blushing again.
She probably already is.
Her picture's even blushing.
We love you, Betty.
Oh, bye.
Yeah. Well, if you've ever worked in a factory, you don't know what potty mouth is and how one word could be used in an adverb, a verb, a noun, a preposition, a word extender. One word we're talking about. It was, it was just unbelievable what I learned in there.
I used to have a guy. There used to be a guy on my crew years ago that
Someone to come down
every
and
word to
look
come out
at
of his
my
mouth.
alarm.
I mean,
I've
every
never
word.
seen this before. It's there's a red light on it and it says trouble. So I don't know what that means. Do you?
Do what?
Say it all
I,
again. We
I
couldn't
think
hear you
she's
very
got a
well.
hot mic.
She didn't know she's hot. Yeah, she just muted. She's asking somebody about something at her place. Yeah. So, hey, Miriam, how are those kitties doing over there, Miriam?
They're doing great. And I almost commented just now about working in a factory because I worked at Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company for 11 years. Then I was injured, and I was the only woman on the crew.
Oh no, you've heard it all.
12-hour shift. I heard it all, and my ears are still ringing. Yes.
Yeah,
So, Dave, you truly know what you're talking about.
yeah. And if you've ever been deployed, we were deployed in Afghanistan, and when the mortars start coming in, you hear some really colorful language.
Yes.
You know, when you're close enough that they make your ears ring and you feel them in your gut, you run, and then you wonder what way are we going to run. You know, so it's and you see cities get blown up. It changes you. You know, the carnage. So I always I loved Ross's talk about we're gonna learn war no more, kind of out of the Isaiah, making your plows, turning your swords into plowshares. So, anyways,
Yeah.
good stuff. But in the meantime, you know, si vis pacem parabellum. If you want peace, prepare for war. That's unfortunately what it's like right now. You know, we can't just, like Golda Meir said. If we put down our guns, they'll come and attack us. If they put down their guns, the war's over. You know, and that's the enemy we have now. So,
Dave, what was the president that said walk softly but carry a big stick?
Truman.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to have that stick.
I thought that was Roosevelt.
It's one of them.
It was wasn't that Teddy Roosevelt?
No, not Teddy. It was said I thought in the 50s. We'll just do a quick look. We'll just do a quick look on it, just really quickly.
I'm pretty sure it was FDR.
Quietly and carry a big
Roosevelt.
stick. Was it? And the answer is Theodore Roosevelt. Wow. So that wasn't even. Yeah, it was Teddy. Wow.
Give me a rubber cookie.
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
You get extra honey or whatever you like for their dinner.
And that guy was a character, so if he carried a big stick, it was going to be a big stick.
Oh
He'd
yeah.
whoop you with it too.
Yeah, him and his cousin FDR were very different.
Oh, yeah.
Teddy was very different than FDR, and it's the same family. Anyways, Valentine, Shabbat Shalom from New York.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. It's kind of dark here now, so it's not Shabbat anymore. But I love Shabbat, and I love as long as it lasts because it is the only day of the week that I get to just do nothing if I want, or
Amen.
It's nice.
Well, then Shavua Tov to you.
And Shavua Tov, yes.
It's also the only day we all gather and be able to talk with each other.
Yeah.
You know, that one day.
Yeah.
It's a blessing.
Thank Hashem for that. Yes.
It's a big blessing.
We look forward to it every week.
Valentine, what do you say? Motzai Shabbat?
Motzi Shabbat?
Motzi Shabbat? Because when I was Motzi Shabbat, when I was spending time in Jerusalem, I remember you could slowly hear the dull roar after Shabbat ended of like the Ben Yehuda Street and all that, and you'd go out and it was madness, and I loved it. It was madness. And,
it is.
Yeah, and I remember there was some protest about the cost of college, and and they were good. But you see all these young people with their guns, on the side, and I'm like, I said to this one guy, I go, this is when I first went to Israel, 1995, and I said, well, where do you keep your your ammo? He goes, when we carry these guns around like this, we don't have ammo. I go, wow, it's just to remind you of who's here. I said, if you needed ammo, how quick could you get it? He goes, a couple of minutes. Okay. I'm not trying to figure out how you guys do what you do.
Yeah. Oh,
You
yeah.
know
That,
that Irish pub in Jerusalem, Joe's?
I've heard about it. I've never
Yeah.
been there.
The guy,
I don't even know what street it's on.
it's in the middle. Shoot, I'll think of it. But here's what I loved about it. It's they serve Guinness and it's kosher. And
I have seen it. I
Yeah.
can picture it in my
Yeah.
head, but I don't
You
know.
go in. Well, then you can go downstairs, and they have this entire music stage set up, and they have guys playing. Like I don't know how many days a week, but it's really a really beautiful sound system, and it's just kind of really cool to go down there to hang out on Saturday night because it's packed, and I don't think they have any. It's one way or the other kosher. There's two types really. Either you can serve meat or you can't serve beef, right? So I think it might be the dairy and vegetable one, but it was just interesting to go there and all these people from around the world, and these young guys were playing. Say young, they were in their 40s, and they were doing all this kind of a late 60s, early 70s kind of California music, and I'm like, how do these guys and then I talked to them, and they were from California, and they did Aliyah and they were Jews that became Israeli, went to Israel, and they got together, and they had all the same kind of things that I would have, and they wanted me to play, but he could only hand me a Stratocaster, which I don't like Stratocasters. I like Telecasters and Les Pauls and my 335, and I have a Paul Reed Smith, which is nice, and I have a Explorer, which is nice, but I really like the Gibson bridge where I set my hand and I just felt comfortable right there, and now my friends say you should do a tail block, and you can set up a Stratocaster in a nice way where it doesn't have that whammy bar and all that. But also, when you get used to the way the Gibson puts the control knobs, that's what I got used to, and I played for years and years and years. Somehow I picked up a Telecaster, and it was like, God, this is beautiful, and they have that trashy sound, I love that kind of just breaking up blues sound of a Tele. There's nothing like that, it's one of my favorites. And anyways, I didn't play with them, but I might. I have an apartment there near a vote, so I might buy a guitar and just leave it over there and go up sometimes. It's fun.
You have an apartment there?
Yes.
That's so cool.
Yeah, and it's unfortunately where my son is buried, and my mom and dad are buried there, so at Iravote. So it's very cheap. It's $3,000 a year.
Wow.
And we got a little kitchen, a bedroom, and a bathroom with a shower. So it's beautiful for us, and we allow it. We allow other people to stay in it that go over. We tell them, look, here's our apartment, and we call up the place, and they give our friends keys, and so it's not. The summer is unbelievably hot there, though. We went a week in the summer, and I just go out and you'd melt. I mean, it's 122, but it's dry. Yeah, well, it's still 100. It's like being in a broiler.
Exactly.
I know one thing, David. As soon as you mentioned Guinness, you made my stomach turn.
Oh, okay. You don't like Guinness? Well, there's other Irish beers they have too, but
beer snob.
Well, it's okay. No, I'm a wine snob, and you know,
And
my
we used to be big into the craft beer. We used to be
oh
really big in that.
yeah, no, I like craft beers
I
and
had all the different shaped glasses for different types of.
oh yeah, I didn't get
Yeah,
that snobbish.
We would still be big into it if they used organic wheat.
yeah.
Dave,
Mhm.
come on
Still be
down
doing
here to
it.
Mississippi. It's going to be about 100 today and about 80% humidity.
No, I've been losing weight. I don't need to lose that much.
Come on down.
I'd love to. I'm coming down to Louisiana on September 3rd. So
It's 86 here.
yeah,
Yep. And we'll get to see you then.
right. And I will not speak of these hidden secrets of the uh,
Oh,
Elishiva Betty Tabor
oh
given.
dear. Okay. That's
Just bring a lot of money, Betty, because then I'll keep quiet.
mm,
me on the other hand, everyone knows I've slipped and slapped, and first time I gave a paper at United Israel, James was laughing and Ross was totally panicked, and afterwards he goes, Dave, I barely knew Ross at the time. I said, Dave, can I tell you something about your paper? I go, yeah. He goes, oh, it was a great subject. He said, but you got to watch your language. I said, what do you mean? I said, what the F do you mean? No, I said, what do you mean? And he said, there's a lot of very religious people here, and they really started looking at each other when I said, oh, I am so sorry. And so I didn't realize, some people take it, like they try to make Jesus never used a bad word. He used bad words, and they try to clean that up, not bad words, but profane. I don't mean swearing, but he didn't call it the
right.
outhouse.
He certainly got angry.
Yeah, and my point is that some people are very offended by it, so I try to watch it, and I let it slip at the British Embassy Wednesday night once or twice, and by the end of the night, of course, we've been drinking those gin and tonics. By the end of the night, the guy that was kind of offended the most, he was hugging on me, saying, "You're now a true Brit." He gave me the clothes, he gave me the hat and the shirt, and we left. It was okay. No, I do try to watch what I say now, but I also like to talk about the facts of the world too, and I don't want to hide that.
Well, Dave, as the saying goes, to know you is to love you.
There you go, and that's why I love you. You're
I got.
the
I remember when I was in high school, I got in trouble one day at the house for mentioning Betty's word,
really.
and Dad kind of had a sit down talk with me and everything, and he says, you're not supposed to be using cuss words like that. They're bad words, this, that, and the other. And I looked Dad square in the eye and I said, "Who says they're bad?
Right.
I mean, they're just words. What makes them? I mean, I wasn't trying to argue with him. I was
No.
saying, who set the rule that these words were bad? What if they're not bad in another country?"
Yeah. Well, and the other thing is, some of them are really bad, others aren't, in my opinion, and so I think it was from like in a Western culture, it kind of came out of the Victorian age, and sex is evil, and all this stuff, and a lot of it hung over to times. So that's why I don't know. I had an uncle that was very colorful in his language, but he was also a Marine that fought on Iwo Jima. So what are you going to do? He used a colorful language, and I learned around after my mother put that bar of ivory soap. I was pretty clean speaking for 2 or 3 years. You try putting a bar of ivory soap, and I'm not kidding you. I was gagging, and I was like, and my dad comes in and he goes, Ann, what the H are you doing? And he took it out of my mouth. That's why I love my dad. My mom also, my dad would strike us. He would hit us for doing bad things. And my mother, her reaction when he would do that is she would giggle. And it was a nervous reaction, and so Dad had a ring he would turn around, "Come over here, boy," and or when he used my middle name, you probably had that, right? David Francis,
Oh, yeah.
get out here now, and his name was Francis. David Francis, get out here now. What did you say? And I tell him the truth, and he come behind me in his head, and he would just do one of those little, with his hand, click, with it, and that ring would hit the back of your head, and it felt like God was touching you. And I'm like, I'm so sorry, Dad. And then he used to be at the wood shop out in the garage, and say, go choose your weapon. I'd choose a 1x2. He'd snap it over my butt, and he goes, now it's my turn to pick the weapon. So we got in my last day, I was 17. He was going to hit me, and I said to him, my come to Jesus moment. I'm using that like a Southerner now, nothing to do with Jesus. And he was going to hit me, and I called him old man. I said, old man, you might hit me, but I'm going to strike you back, and you're gonna win, but I'm going to put some hurt on you. And he threw the 2x4 away, and he said, kids today, they have no respect. So then he walked out, and I didn't get hit, and I never got hit again. And then he told me years later, his dad came into the barn. My uncle was over in Iwo Jima. My grandfather was a drunk, and he came into the barn and starts yelling and screaming at my dad. My dad's cleaning up the barn, and he has a pitchfork. And my dad was 17. And he turned around and he said to my grandfather, if you take another step, this pitchfork's going through your stomach. So that's how they broke up. Then my grandfather decided one day I can't drink anymore, and he never drank for the rest of his life. When I met my grandfather, he was sober as a judge, as they say. And so... But my dad and I got along really well, and we became really good friends. And as opposed to the contentiousness of being a 17-year-old with hair. I got that long hair, and I used to say Jesus had long hair. Just look, he's a white man with blue eyes. He had long hair. or I would point to the founding fathers. Some of them are wigs. I go, I don't. That's because they couldn't grow their hair long. I said that hair cutting came because of lice and problems in the army. And he wanted to give me a crew cut all the time. And my God, I looked like Gomer Pyle or something. And I didn't want that. Anyways, we got through all that. And when he passed, I held his hand and he said, David, you're now the patriarch of this family. And my mom was sitting right there, and it was one of the most powerful moments of my life, just to say goodbye to Dad, and you remember all the things in life, so many great things he did. He said, David, you really like this guitar? We're gonna not go on vacation. We're going down to the store, Art Nicoteras. Said they have all the guitars there. So we go there, and I didn't like anything in the store. Then Art said, you really want nice guitars? He said, follow me. And we went up to the attic, or to the top of the store where no one was allowed. And it was just like going into heaven. There was all these guitars, and they were in their boxes. And I picked out a beautiful 335 Gibson Cherry, and it was just gorgeous. ES335 TD, and Art said, my dad said, what do you need for that? And he said, cash money, $450. And my dad had $500 maybe. He paid him in cash for it. And I can't ever, and we couldn't go on vacation. My brother was whining. My mother was upset. But I had that guitar, and I went and I played that thing till my fingers bled. It was just like, I got one now. I got my hands on it, a lot of people use the 335, or 355, but it's a similar guitar. And Elvin Lee, though, I was a big Elvin Lee fan, and he used it. And I saw Eric Clapton use them, on and off. And anyways, I think about honor your father and mother that your days may be long. I think it's a real great commandment, and every time I read it, the first thing I think of is my mom and my dad. And they're gone, but we did the best we could, and we brought them to this faith. And I remember we went to Sukkot in northern Louisiana, but we landed in Houston and drove. And I remember this, and I probably told this 100 times. I had all these miles on the airline, and I went up to the counter and I said, my mom and dad are going, and could I get them upgraded to first class? And the guy said, David, you're here all the time. I'll do it for you. And he charged me almost nothing. So calling the people to get on the plane. Said, Francis and Ann Tyler, please come up to the ticket gate. And my mom's all nervous. What's wrong? I go, I don't know, Mom. Go see what they're going to do. She said, oh, they gave us new seats. I go, okay, you'll be fine. But they didn't realize it was like 2A and B, you know. And so then they go, we're going to call all first class passengers. And my mom and dad didn't budge. I said, Mom and Dad, that's where you're sitting. And my dad looked at me, and he went on. They went on the plane, and then in coach we went by them, and my dad grabbed my hand and he said, I've never sat in first class before. And you know, I think of those things when, you know, not giving him a big funeral, but living the life with him, you know. And then we went to Sukkot, and you know, it was very, very beautiful time, and had to spend a lot of time out there. Dave and Sherry Cole came, and Joe Dell was there. I'm trying to think who else was there. A lot of people were there that were in the UIWU movement, but other movements too. And it was a very Hebraic one. There was no messianic stuff going on. It was just, you know, Hebrew Bible movement, and probably 100 people. And you're in these cabins, you know, and it was designed well, and all the food was homemade, and you know, we all these ladies cooking I remember the challah, man, that challah, the different types of challah, and just a great time. And a lot of people were there were these people that, do you remember that Rachel Unruh, Betty, or
Yes,
Ronnie?
I do.
Yeah, she was not only vegan, but she believed it was better not to cook food.
Right.
And I don't know what they call that, but my dad heard with yeah, but my dad had an argument like, "What's wrong with bread?" and and she had all these, you know, a darling woman. She had all the, and so she talked about, you know, she gave a talk about diet. Other people talked about you know, the mitzvot, and you know, we had a great time, Jewish and non-Jewish. It was a beautiful time for us. Anyways, I every time we read the commandments, I think of those things. You know, it's where would you be? What's that?
You got to go to Israel with your dad?
No, not to Israel. We went to we had Sukkot in Texas or northern Louisiana, but no, I asked them to go, and he wouldn't go. I asked my mom. I've asked my brother, because that's where my mom and dad are buried, and I'm like, Steve, let's go and visit the grave, you know, and we'll take you on the non-tour visit of it. I don't like tours. I'm sorry. I like to go, and you know, I want to spend 3 days at a place. I go and do that, and you know, I want to spend 20 minutes. I go and do that, and as you go to Israel more times, and you see first of all, there's in my opinion, and Valentine, please correct me if I'm wrong, but there's the like places that they say this is where all this happened, and it's usually Christian, and it's usually wrong, in my opinion. And then there's the real deal of where a lot of these places were. Now, sometimes the Christians get it right. James Tabor was really good at that, and Shimon Gibson. They were really good at telling you what was and what wasn't. And then you go to these off-the-wall places, and you look at things like, I went with Ralph Bunton and John Hulley, who was an expert, to all the Crusader castles. And you know, you get to see James Tabor got us on a dig at the Suba grave, the Suba dig, where they believed John the Baptist was, and they had a winery. And then, of course, you know, then we were digging at the Mount Zion gate on Mount Zion with the University of North Carolina at Charlotte, where Dr. Tabor and Shimon Gibson were the first American license approved to dig in Jerusalem, you know, and what you find there, you know, and you sit and you talk about it. And we found this cup, you know, with Psalm 27 on it in Aramaic, and we were able to keep it at the dig for about 3 hours. James says, come here, you got to see this. I'm like, oh my God, this is at the time of Caiaphas, because we think we're near Caiaphas's home. And then the Israeli Antiquities Authority came and put it in a bag and said, thank you. I'm like, oh man, I would have put it in my back and I would have ran. James goes, they would kill you just about.
You know,
Yeah.
you talk about 335.
Oh yeah.
This is my newer one.
You told me, and it's an Ibanez.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's it called?
It's AF55.
Oh.
But it's completely hollow.
Is it brand new?
Yeah.
Oh.
And they're not expensive, but it's.
You didn't buy it.
I basically bought it just for the guitar because everything else is getting replaced.
Oh wow!
So, and pickups and just
wiring.
Just has one tone, one volume, one switch. Well, that switch is going up here.
Oh yeah.
Master volume here.
Oh.
And changing some configurations around in it, but.
Oh, good.
It sounds pretty good. I mean,
and it's good that you're a luthier, because that would spend a lot of money in a guitar shop.
Yeah. But matter of fact, the guy called me yesterday from Sweetwater and says, "So hey, how do you like that guitar?" I told him, I says, "Well, let me tell you." So
You're talking to Todd. You're talking to Todd.
This, I'm replacing this. I'm replacing this, and he's like, "Really?" Like, yeah, I'm also replacing this. I told him, I said, I basically bought it for the wood. Because it's, when I have something like this, I like to make it mine. And I started thinking about it. I was like, by the time I do all that stuff to it, I should have just bought that Gretsch. That was in there. That's basically what I'm turning into is basically a country gentleman. Is basically what it's going to end up being, but without the Bigsby, of course. But those are a fortune now.
Are they?
Yeah, you can't buy one for $75 anymore.
No.
Add another 120 to that.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, that's crazy, dude. But no, I just thought I'd have some fun with it, and of course, my buddy came by the house a while back, and he saw it, and he says, he goes, "So, I bet I know what the first song you played on guitar was." I said, "Yes, sir, Stranglehold." I told him, "It ain't nothing but a fancy Birdland anyway."
Yeah.
But it'll be changing something once a month on it. I mean, I'm not going to do it all at one time.
No.
Because I still have my Strat that I want to finish. And you mentioned about Strats.
Yeah.
See, the way I set mine up is my bridge is flush to the body.
Oh, okay.
I don't do any of that floating crap because I've broken strings on stage and it's a nightmare.
Yeah.
So I keep mine flat, and the only time it gives is when I bend a note and the bridge will slightly give.
Yeah.
That's the tension I like. That way it's easy to, but I don't even really use one that much anyway as far as tremolo.
No, I don't either.
But I've also got a mod that I made for floating tremolos too, that a bunch of my buddies have me put on their guitars, because a lot of guys I know they like Floyd Rose, but they don't like them to float, because when you break a string, you're screwed.
You are.
So there's a mod that I make that just screws into the back of the guitar that presses up against the bridge, or the block on the bridge, so you can't pull it back.
I see.
But you can do forward all you want to. That way, if they break a string, they'll stay in tune.
Gotcha.
That's kind of the whole point. But that's just like a Bigsby. I love a Bigsby, but I've broken a string on a Bigsby before too, and it's a nightmare.
It's hell, yeah.
Because the whole thing just goes.
Hey, Valentine, we really talked over you. How you doing? Can you give us an update?
Oh, it's okay. I had to step away for a moment because when you get messages from your family members, you got to check on that.
Absolutely.
So, I had to get back with my mom. As it turns out, she's so sweet. She's actually more sweet than I am, and far more sweet than my daughters. Wait a minute, he's recording this. Okay, but strike that.
No, you can't strike. I tried. It doesn't strike.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Anyway, my daughters are sweet too, but that's usually when they're asleep. But okay, we better get off that subject.
Yeah.
Oh, and what did you say?
Well,
Mentioned something about Elul. Oh,
and Psalm 27. David, did you say before that you found something with Psalm 27 in Aramaic. Is that what you said? Maybe you're not here.
Now David has
I
stepped away.
I think that's what he said.
I think he said it was some kind of a cup or something, wasn't it?
A cup, yeah, a cup with Psalm 27. I think Valentine may be the only one here who is aware of the importance of Psalm 27 at this time of year. Maybe some of you others are. Go ahead, Valentine.
I will say that some very interesting things happen in the month of Elul, which is
Yes,
today's the second, I think, of
the
Elul.
second. Mhm.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I have seen it every year. I used to think that maybe it was just my imagination, or I was just like putting this filter out there. But because at the end of all of this, or in the middle, we get to the Rosh Hashanah, and then 8 days later, we get to Yom Kippur. Elul is
You
a
mean 10,
time.
right? You mean
I
10
mean,
days? Am I wrong?
yeah. There you go.
10. Okay.
And
Okay.
so I'm saying, like, an extended week, basically. But
Mm-hmm.
but the thing is, in Elul, it is a time for reflection. It's a time
Mm-hmm.
to kind of weigh the things that you're working on and progress, and it is it's pretty amazing stuff. And I years and years and years ago, there was a rabbi, a good friend of mine, and he shared that if you make yourself aware of it, you find that in the month of Elul,
Mm.
you start doing this. You'll have arguments about things with people you love. You'll have disagreements even with yourself. But it's all a part of growth, so that when Rosh Hashanah gets here, it becomes you've weighed out these things. You start the new year and you get ready for Yom Kippur, and it's just a time in Elul for contemplation. And here's the thing, I'm saying this to all of us because you're connected people, you're connected with Hashem. So even if you didn't want to participate in something like this, because your soul is connected and you desire to be close with the Creator, you're part of it. You see, you certainly don't have to be Jewish, but because you're soulfully aware of this time coming up, it's so much more and so much less than everything that's advertised. I know people, and I say this with all respect, I've done it before, will go and sit in a synagogue for hours and hours and read through a prayer book that takes hours to go through.
Yep.
And of course, Sephardic, it's even longer, but okay. But that's good reason to go to an Ashkenazi synagogue for those. Okay, that's my drum roll, and I'm done with the jokes. But the thing that it's not a joke is that in this time of reflection, I have seen it. My wife has seen it. Other people, lots of people. It's not just the power of suggestion. And I hope that saying this doesn't put the power of suggestion in your minds. But when you find yourself contemplating, dealing with things, struggling with things, whatever, working things out, and you get frustrated. You even have, as I said, you might even have an argument. I hope not, but it happens. And when it happens, just remember, this is a time of testing. It's like if you had a dream and an angel came and told you, okay, tomorrow when you wake up, don't get upset. You're going to bang your foot on the dresser. You're going to close your fingers at a door by accident. You're going to have these things. Don't worry. It's a test to see where you are. And the month of Elul is like that. And we sit, not sit, we can stand, but we find ourselves contemplating these things. And I think that's really, really important. So let me, if you want, I can look up the Psalm 27. I don't have it up here, but And you guys might think this is crazy, but you know, I don't even own a whole Tanakh.
Tanakh?
I mean, I have it on all my devices. I can look up things wherever I need to be. I used to have all these books, and I know you're thinking, a Tanakh though, yeah, yeah. I mean, I've got some that I can use, but they're small type. I got to pull out my magnifying glass to look at them, even with these thick glasses. And but I have it online. I can make the type as big as I want and things like that. But it's so funny because people sometimes say, "Okay, well, you know, could you read this or that?" And I'm like, "Hold on, let me look it up." So it's like, what? Yeah, especially living here.
Valentine, I have a question.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
Psalm
Okay.
27, it's to be recited every day for
Twice a
40
day.
days, Teshuvah, right?
60 days.
Oh, it's
60.
60?
60.
Well, and through Sukkot. I mean, 40 days
Yeah.
for Teshuvah and
Okay,
then
yes.
Listen,
Yeah,
listen to
okay.
additional
Betty.
20.
She's got it. Yes. And I'm
Okay, that's what
looking.
all I want to make sure of.
I just wanted to say, to interject something, and then I want to hear from you, Valentine, and that is
Do
that
my best.
without I mean, I knew Elul was coming. I knew it was here, but something's been happening within me that I can't, that I don't think I can really put into words. I can't explain.
Okay.
And it is a renewed desire to reconnect with my creator.
Wow.
It's here. And I mean, you know, I'm great. I say my gratitude every morning. I say my prayers and everything, but it just seems like something has been missing. Maybe because I've been going through so many hurtful things, but, and I still am, but I don't know. I just feel like I want to reconnect once again. It's a time of refreshing and teshuva. And to me, Elul is shuv, shuv, like return, return, return to me and I'll return to you. Seek me with all your heart and you'll find me. Anyway, that's just where I've been. Um, um, I guess it started yesterday morning, and I think yesterday morning was actually
Yeah.
the beginning.
Yes.
Before, yeah.
So anyway, I just wanted to
And
say that.
wow, that's fantastic. Right there.
That is
Right there.
probably the time clock that has developed in you through the
Maybe.
Torah.
Yeah.
Yes. And you just feel it when it's time.
I think it even, yeah, I think it even go, it's like an internal clock. It's a
Yes.
soul clock, if you will. Like in your soul, you feel it. I got to tell you, I used to dread Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. I used to dread them. I didn't like them. For about 2 months before, I started thinking, oh man, it's coming up. It's coming up. And I'm a decent guy. I mean, I'm not a bad guy by any means, you know, but it just, I don't know. I would get myself worked up about the idea that here are all these things that you got to say and all this stuff and, you know, fasting and all that, which I'm fine with fasting. But the thing is, I didn't like all of the liturgy, the all of the prayers and this and that, and seeing people. It depends on what synagogue, I guess, maybe sometimes, but I just had a problem with it all. And then finally, my rabbi told me, actually, the year before he died, he said, he was, you know, Valentine, he was just take it easy. Don't worry about it. You got it built up too much in your head. Just acknowledge the days. Acknowledge those days. Don't worry about, you know, I had a problem well, I still have a problem with my back, but for a long time, it kept me from standing long. And I didn't like that. And that bothered me. And I tried to work around that. But if you are at a synagogue, you get called to do things. And you know, now that was a long time ago, and now I can stand a lot longer. I can do things and all this, but everything just bothered me about these these days, these holy days, and I never even really knew why. And then my rabbi said to me, "Just take it easy, just acknowledge the days. Read a psalm or two, like you're saying Psalm 27. Read some psalms. Take it easy. Don't worry about it." And I thought, oh, that's kind of easy, you know. But he was right. He was right. And had I listened to within myself, I would have probably come to the same conclusions. But I always like it when I can hear a rabbinic source tell me, especially one that's known me since I was 11 years old, and say, "Listen to me, boy. You need to do it this way." And so he had good advice. And and after that, I just relaxed about it. And you know, I don't go down and I don't sit in the synagogue for all the services. As a matter of fact, sometimes I'll walk by, because it's just down the street. I'll walk by when everybody's doing the prayers, or I'll walk by when they're blowing the shofar. I even open my big window and I blow my shofar several times, you know, and just go through all the shofarim. You know, I go through all the stuff that you do with that. And now I just enjoy these times. And I'm so glad. And, you know, so if you find yourself contemplating all these things and you're thinking, oh my gosh, what do I do? How do I do it? Don't worry about it. Just acknowledge the day. Acknowledge the
And
day.
get
You
your
want to
heart,
fast,
get your
whatever you want
heart
to do.
in tune. That's, to me,
There you
that's it.
go. And
It's
hear
getting in
somebody
tune.
blow the shofar. Hear someone blow it. Maybe we can blow it here. I don't know. We'll see about that. It's kind of loud. But maybe I'll open the window and give it a good blow or toot or whatever, you know. You know, it's so funny. I love the shofar. I love it.
I do
It's
too.
beautiful. And anyway, I just wanted to say that. And with the Psalm 27, was there a particular part of Psalm 27? Or are
Well,
we talking about the whole thing?
actually,
I love the way it
just
starts.
two things. Yeah. Yeah, Hashem is my light and my salvation.
Whom should
In
I
whom shall I
fear?
be afraid? And the
So
strong
cool.
hold of my life.
Song of my
From
life.
what
Whom
I've
should I
read, if you
dread? Wow.
right, if
Go
you
ahead.
look
Sorry.
at it, it has hints of Rosh Hashanah, Yom Teruah, and Yom Kippur and Sukkot in this verse.
I'm
And
reading it as you're saying it, so I'm not
yeah,
distracted. I'm just looking
it's
down at it.
anyway, and I can point them out, but you should be able to find them. I especially like verse 4.
Yes.
One thing have I desired of Hashem
Yes.
that I'll seek after, that I may dwell in the house of Hashem all the days of my life, to behold
Amen.
the beauty of
Yeah.
Adonai Hashem and inquire in his temple. I heard that to music, to a song that a friend of mine wrote many, many years ago. It's called Akasha Alti. And I actually sang it and made a recording and put it on Facebook. I'll have to
That's
do that
really
again
cool.
this year.
And of course,
But
for that verse, that what you just said,
yeah,
Shalti, is the first two words in
yeah,
Hebrew.
Akasha
Yeah,
Alti.
that's
Yeah.
really
And I'm thinking, well, that's really where my heart is. That's the thing that I ask. And when it says inquire in his temple, it's not so much as his building, it's inquire in his presence. That's what I'm thinking.
I wanted to ask a question about that, and Elisheva, you just jumped on it and answered it. You know, but I understand that Valentino can be in the temple, and I don't have one to just walk into anytime or during this time. You just dwell in your heart and mind, right?
yeah, because there's not a temple. So in the absence of a temple,
Yes.
we have some kind of guidelines, what we can do, prayers, thoughts, meditations. And that's as close as you can get. I mean, you could stand at the Kotel, you could stand at the Western Wall, pray. A lot of people I know won't even go up on the Temple Mount grounds and do the little tour. And then others that I know go around there and, they have all the stuff committed to memory. So they recite the whole Amidah as they tour, and they do their prayers, whether it's morning, midday, or evening. And
Isn't that,
they'll do
isn't
that.
that guards and soldiers that prevent you from?
Oh yeah. No, you're
Yes.
not going to have any
Okay.
problems. You could go up there next week and you could do just fine. I wouldn't hesitate with it. Uh, it's just one of these things. And I almost went the first time I ever went to Jerusalem. I almost went up there, but I don't know. I just thought it kind of sounds silly maybe, but I thought it might just make me sad because I really want to see the temple there. Now, I have nothing against the Dome of the Rock. It's a beautiful building. Okay. So nothing against that. I'm not hostile to anybody. I think actually when they put the Dome of the Rock there, the intention was very different than what you might hear today, because I'd actually seen in print by the people who were custodians of that building many, many years ago. The whole idea was this is where the temple was. And so there's quotes on the outside of it. They're from the Quran, and some of them are actually quotes from Jesus that are in the Quran. While I'm thinking of that real quick, oddly enough, we were talking about the Quran last week, and I forgot to tell you, it's odd that Jesus is quoted almost more than Muhammad in the Quran. Just a thought that struck me when I thought about the building. But anyway, maybe one day, we'll see. We'll see if we see the temple. I would love that. But in the meantime, you are in attendance with the king. This whole Elul thing. There's an analogy that's used. I'm glad I remembered this, and Miriam, you just reminded me. So thank you. And that is, the king is in the field. This is an expression. You can actually look it up. It'd probably do it more justice than I will. But the king is in the field, which means you as a person, maybe not of royalty, let's say, can walk out into the field and encounter the king. He has come from his palace or his throne, and he is out there, and you can come up to him and talk to him. And they use this about Elul because have this whole idea of that connection with Hashem. And that's what that really means. And that's what that's about. And it's just a beautiful thought. And so it is that time. Yeah. And this is a beautiful psalm for that. I did read through it, and that's very interesting. And I guess at some point I'd thought about that, oddly enough, I listen to the Tanakh constantly, but I listen to it. Like I take the train. Some of you know I go down to swim at the Mediterranean at Haifa Beach. And I take the train. It's almost an hour, not quite, like more like 45 to 55 minutes. And so while I'm going, I listen to the Tanakh. I have it from the Jewish Publication Society. You can buy. It's like a book on, like recorded book, and so you can hear it being read. And anyway, so I listen to. You can listen to the whole book of Genesis, Bereshit. You can listen to that in just a few hours easily, and even the other books. And it's so beautiful. And so anyway, my point is, when I listen to the Psalms, I'll listen to maybe 8 Psalms, and then I'll stop and I'll think about all of it. and this is a Psalm that I heard not that long ago, but it's really beautiful, and it's in English. You can get Hebrew versions, but to listen to it in English, I mean, it's kind of nice. It's just very relaxing.
True.
I'm going to shut up because I've been talking nonstop.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, I love hearing the shofar. Somehow, for me anyway, it just goes into the deepest part of me.
It does. And remember, remember that when the people, the people, the Israelites were gathered at the mountain and God was going to talk to them, what did they
Yeah.
hear? They
Yeah.
heard the shofar
Yeah.
so
And it
loud,
waxed louder
powerful.
and louder. Yeah.
Yeah. And so it's an interesting thing. I'm glad, wasn't really, I mean, there. They say our souls are there, but I bet that was one scary encounter. Be like,
Yeah.
oh my goodness.
I tell
Well,
you
I've
this,
read
you
that
don't
it's
want to hear
like
us
a
playing
message.
shofars.
I was saying, I've read that it's like a message from our heart to God's ear.
There you
The
go.
sound it goes.
Yes.
It's our prayers, sometimes that are inexpressible. We can't find the
Oops.
words, and you
Hold
hear
on.
the shofar, and it just keeps going and going. And part of it is the short blast, and then the little, very small intermittent blasts that are like
Yes.
connected to our crying, when you're crying or when I'm crying, sometimes it's,
Right.
that kind of thing. And then the one
Yes.
long one, hear my prayer. To me, it's earth shaking.
It is.
So
That's a good word for it. Earth shaking.
earth
And,
shaking.
and I used to have a beautiful shofar. It was brought to me 35 years ago, actually. A friend of mine was going to be in Israel and brought me one. And I used to take it. I had several, and I took them to this classes I was teaching at the Merkaz Klita. I'm pointing like that makes any sense. Anyway, to the immigration center, and they had these summer programs and some for the autumn and all this, and I always did a feature thing for Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. Well, I brought my wonderful shofars, had a few, and let people use them. These were in the days before Corona, So I had a little, like an alcohol wipe, and I would like wipe the tip, so because you got to be clean. But one of the children, a real sweet little girl, who blew the shofar with tremendous might. It was probably the best I'd ever heard it, and she dropped the shofar, and it cracked down the middle. And I was so sad. And I had looked around and, I talked to a guy who thought we could fix it. Okay, that's not going to happen. But anyway, I had a couple of others since then, and they just don't sound that good. So I'm determined in the next couple of weeks, I'm going to get myself a new shofar that has that sound, like, like, I don't know. I guess the only equivalent that I can think of is uh, some deep bass voice kind of sound, like oh, like that.
That sounds good.
Yeah, I'm gonna go down and find one. I know where there's some really nice ones around, so I'm excited. I don't go shofar shopping very often. So, wow, check him out.
Who's playing that? Oh,
That's Todd over there.
yep, that's it.
That's the alarm sound I have for Shabbat.
Wonderful.
That's how we start Shabbat and end Shabbat.
Because we can't blow the shofar.
We're
Wow.
awful.
Oh, it sounds like a dying animal.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
I
does.
can't
It
do
really
it
does.
either.
That's why I
There
play
was
guitar.
one in the last Live Haolam box. I guess you guys got one too?
Yeah.
A shofar? Yeah.
The little bitty one, yeah.
Yeah, we can play ours a little better than that one. That one,
Although there is a channel that we watch sometimes on YouTube called Funny Church Moments, and oh my gosh, these preachers will get up there with the shofar and say, "All right, let's blow the shofar," and they're going,
oh no, wait! You got to demonstrate. Hang on, hang on.
"Doo!"
No. You got to.
And we just started busting out laughing. It was like, "Get out of here!"
oh, she's getting back there.
You getting one?
Yes.
I see.
Getting both of them.
Oh, look at there.
Yeah, the big one's kind of cool, actually. This one here.
There you go.
Sure.
There you go.
But yeah, they get on there and they go,
This is the one we got from Lev Halam.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm good.
Well, I tell you what helps. You know
Yeah,
that. Oh, that
that's
looks
what I
like a
got.
nice one too. Um, get your like if you have some like chapstick or lip moistener stuff, put that on your lips, and it'll give a great connection. It's just a little trick when you absolutely positively have to sound good in front of like 150 people, and you only get one chance. That's the way to go, man. I'd get ready, I'd practice, and before I learned that, I thought, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? I got to do this thing, all these people coming. And man, I don't know. I had like a chapstick kind of thing on my lips. And all of a sudden that connection hit. And it was like, boom. I'm like, oh, that's amazing.
Well, I hear you have to purse your lips like a bugle player.
Like a bugle player, or you can
a
cheat.
trumpet,
It's not
maybe.
cheating,
Yeah.
but you can put your thumb up against your lip and the edge, and that kind of gives that what they call, I guess, in French, pursing of the lips.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, and that can do it. So you'll see people holding their thumb up to their lips and doing it. I don't know. I learned to do it without that, so I do it without it. But that chapstick thing, that is a magic key. And I'll dab a little bit on the top of it so that even if with speaking, I rub it off. When I get that thing, it's like, yeah.
Well, I still haven't been able to blow it. I mean, it sounds like nothing.
You can do
So
it.
I'll have to try that.
Get that chapstick out. You can do it.
I take any sound of the shofar. I can hear at least once a year. It's great.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Man, that's all I need. And really, there's some. I don't have the Tanakh, but there is some evidence that was really kind of what they did. That was it. That was Rosh Hashanah. It's like you're commanded to hear the shofar. Yeah.
Biblically, it's not Rosh Hashanah. It's Yom Teruah. I mean,
Yeah.
So that is what they did. They blew it.
Yeah.
And a lot of the other things that are attached to it are traditions, but I think they're beautiful traditions.
Amen.
I do apples and honey, even though I'm all by myself.
Yes.
To have a sweet New Year.
Yes.
There you go. Yeah. And we get to roll the Torah scroll back again. Oh boy. Yeah. That it helps to have a couple of people for that.
For me,
does.
It just elevates me for the next coming of this year. You don't know what's coming.
Yeah.
It strengthens you, and
it
makes you prepare it. Yes,
it does. You're absolutely right.
Well, traditions are traditions, and their purpose is for connection.
There you go.
So, you can do the tradition and just do it by rote, and it doesn't mean a thing. Mm-hmm. Or you can do the tradition and think about what it means. And to me, it's joining with people from all over the world, not only presently, but through the centuries who have done these things, reaching out to their creator. And to me, that's beautiful because it connects us. And I think we all, I don't know, I feel like we all need connections. And some of us respond to the physical. I like the physical connections because they help me to connect spiritually. So that's neat.
There you go.
Jump in here, Ronnie, won't you? We want to hear
what you got, Ronnie.
What are you raising
When
your
I
hand
was
for
in
anyway?
Israel, this rabbi told a story about a guy that did the shofar.
Yeah.
And when he did, when he was, I don't know the exact words that I remember, but it's like when he was right with Hashem, he could play the shofar and he hit the notes just right, and the melody was there, the feeling was there. but for some reason he walked away from God. And when he did, he couldn't hit the notes like he could before.
Mm.
But for some reason, he did teshuva. He came back, repented. He turned his life around, and then when he picked up the shofar, he could make the notes again. So I just like the story. I don't know if it's true or not, but the thing is, when we're in tune with Hashem, we resonate differently. I think. I think that's the
Yes,
moral of the story.
Yes,
I love that. I love that
I
idea.
do too.
Don't forget, you can do teshuvah. You can you can do that 20 times a day if you feel like you need to.
It's not just this time of year. It's
No,
not
it's
just
not.
this time
It's
of year, but this time of year it's emphasized. Hey, guess what?
yeah,
In case you don't remember, there's
yeah.
something called teshuva where you repent and you try to
That's
go
it.
back to your creator.
That's
And
it.
so this is, a full 40 days of it and blowing
And
the shofar for 60. Yeah,
it's not a complicated thing. It's as
no.
easy as just do it, and I I'm very fortunate. Most of my life, I mean, only just a very few days have I don't know. Maybe I was having a quiet tizzy fit. I don't know. But anyway, most of my life I've been very close with Hashem, and there are times where you just withdraw and go through whatever your problem is, and. But fortunately, those days have been very few in my life, and I'm glad. I'm not better than anybody. That's not it at all. I'm sure I could challenge even the best,
Mhm.
worst things, but but Hashem has blessed me, and I want to be close with Hashem. And um, you know, there's a thing happening. I think maybe you guys are aware. This week, I'm going to be speaking with Manis Freeman. There's an issue I want to talk with him about, and it's real important. And I'll tell you guys how it goes after I talk with him. But there's some things happening that I don't like in Judaism right now. Now, I'm not complaining. Okay, don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining. But I'm saying there's some divisions that are going on, and it's a big problem in Judaism.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to be talking with him later in the week. And I want to, I really, this is the guy who invented the idea of going out and taking the tefillin and taking it out to the streets and
Who
letting
is it
people
that you're
do it.
talking? Who is it that you're talking to? I missed
Manis
his name.
Friedman.
Oh,
Manis
Menace.
Friedman.
Oh, yes.
He
Okay.
is
Okay.
a direct disciple and one of the head people under Rabbi Schneerson,
Right.
Um,
Right. Okay.
and
Mm.
anyway, I just find myself having to go and talk with him about this because there's some huge things happening. It's all over Israel. I'm sure it's in the States too. It's a bad situation here with some, let's say, very orthodox and
Mm.
maybe more secular groups, and
Right.
and it's got to get worked out. It's just causing too much of a problem, and so I figure he's the guy who could, if anybody can come up with something, and hopefully it's not as easy as just
Mm.
give tzedakah at the little local boss, but hopefully
Yeah.
it's slightly more complex than that. But it's got to get resolved, and it's got to get resolved soon. And I would say this is one of the more important things that I've had to get involved
Mm.
with, and it is extremely important. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. He is fortunately he's not a hard guy to get a hold of, but I really got to talk to him about this. So we're going to see if the meeting goes as scheduled.
That sounds good. I know David, I'm not sure if David, if you're still on, but I know you have mentioned him several times and quoted from things that he said. One about grieving, instead of being so sad and grieving so much over the person you've lost, think of all the ways they've blessed you in your life. And so, I mean, Manus Friedman has a heart, a
He
heart
does.
for the Creator. That's so obvious. And, you know, whether we disagree or agree with all the, I'll just put the term orthodox, I mean, the ways of extreme and then the above extreme. Many of those people have hearts really that are connected to the Creator. They're connected to Hashem, but
Oh,
they
absolutely.
just think that they
Absolutely.
have to fix everybody else. And I've
Or
tried
ignore
that.
them.
I can't fix anybody but me. And that's a hard enough job. That's a full-time job, is to work
Yeah.
on me.
Yeah.
So I just think we need to look at others, no matter what their belief system is, with love and give them whatever light we can share. And you know, we plant the seeds and we can't make them grow. So, you know,
Good.
only
Good.
God can make them grow, the seeds.
I agree.
So
I agree.
hopefully Manus Friedman will have
He's got
something.
tremendous insight into
Mm,
things, and he's, of course, I mean, you can't get more connected with groups of people
mm,
than that man. I don't believe, at least not within the realm of what I'm talking about here. But I I'm really
mm,
hoping that at least we can get something started and get some thoughts going, because something's got to happen. That you're probably aware that it's said that until all of Israel is unified, and
right.
that's a huge word, the Mashiach will not come. Well,
Mm,
when in any time have people been unified? Probably at Sinai, probably. Um, and then they blew it with the golden calf, but that's a whole other
right.
story, a whole other time. And
Mm,
but it's kind of an amazing thing, because here it is, the month of Elul, and this is just the other day I was on a train and I saw these Orthodox children, and I'll say this in a nice way. They're kind of disrespectful for others. They don't care
mm,
how loud they are. I'd actually never seen until yesterday somebody ride one of these scooters down the middle of the aisle of a train. That was new, but
oh,
they just, you know. But I've noticed the last few years it's just gotten worse and worse. I'm thinking, what is going on? Now I'm getting older and older. Okay, maybe that's part of it, but I don't think it's that. There's something happening, and I don't like it. And there's got to be more of that ahad, that unification, that coming. We're all part of the thing, and what they do is good. What I do is good. What you
mm,
do is good. But there's got to be some kind of change. In America, you used to be able to tell people, "Hey, your child's out of line." Well, before I moved from the States, I think it was 2014, early in that year,
mm,
before I moved here, my wife and I were sitting at a restaurant. We're eating. This child just walks over and sticks her hand on a plate. I grabbed her hand, so her hand's like sticking up. And I looked around. I said, "Whose child is this?" Well, these people got all offended because, I mean, my gosh, you're let go of my child. And I said, "Look here, you're going to buy me lunch if your child comes over here and touches my plate again. Now take your child back over to your table with your friends, whatever you're going to do. Go back over there. Don't let your child come back over here." And, then the kid's wandering around again. I don't know where free range children, the idea for this came up, but it's unacceptable. But now I hear that in America it's even worse. Well, here it exists. It's the same kind of thing. People are more tolerant of it, probably because they were like that as children too. But I guess the point I'm making is when you have children, you're supposed to show them, guide them, teach them. You give them the Torah. You don't just make them study Torah, the written Torah, you guide your children. You teach them in the way they should go. And the way they're going is not good. It's not good. For those who've been to Israel, if you've ever been to a park with children at the park, you'll have one group that's just as quiet and nice, and they're sweet, and you just think, oh, aren't they cute? And those are the people who end up growing up and becoming commandos. They're just, as children, they're just kind of sweet. And then you got a couple other groups, and I've already mentioned one. I won't mention the other because that won't sound good. And they just are about as wild as my dad used to say, as wild as Indians. I'm part Cherokee, so that's kind of funny to think about. And my dad was too. But it was an expression, from the 40s. And anyway, wild as Indians. And but that's kind of what it's come down to. But it's not just the children; it's the adults. And so we're going to see what happens. I'm going to tell you guys about it after I talk with him this week.
When are you going to talk to him?
It will be either Wednesday or Thursday, and I've got to get up in the middle of the night to do it. So I'm going to have all my notes with me, and then if he wants to pursue it, then fine. He might come up with something, and we just talk it through. I don't know, but I think it needs consideration. I do, and hopefully we can find something, because I'd hate to come up with something on my own.
I mean, what a house divided cannot stand.
Well,
they say.
I don't know if I'd apply that to this, but I do think that a house that is not doing a good job of being respectful of others is going to have a hard time getting funding. That's what I think. And so before it comes to that, or people being brutal in the streets about, we're not going to serve in the army, and other people, yes, you are. And before it just gets worse, it just
and throwing rocks.
And as much as I've always sided with the Orthodox on almost everything. But setting the trains and the buses on fire and interfering with pouring concrete in a city street because you don't want it to go through your street. And
I didn't know about that.
All this, and stopping traffic, and this woman gets out and they're harassing her. Don't do that stuff in front of me. I'm not going to respond quietly, and it's just not acceptable to me. You don't treat people like that. And, you want something, you don't show that you're disrespectful. You talk it through. You work it through. It's Israel. You can do that.
Valentine, are these Orthodox, you said, people?
Yes.
Doing that?
Yes. Yeah. And they
so
feel like
they're going against Torah that they know of, right?
No, you couldn't convince them of that for anything.
Wow. Okay.
You might as well figure God's on their side somewhere in this argument. But I'm not trying to complain. I'm sorry if I sound like this, but
I'm concerned. You're not complaining.
No.
You're telling it like it is.
Yeah.
And it is.
Maybe we don't know how it is.
It's to a point
we need
where,
to know. We need to know how to pray.
Yeah. Charles, I'm sorry. He wanted to talk.
Are these the same people that you see on the streets there in Jerusalem, like yelling and
hollering? Oh yeah.
Because on Jerusalem Walker, sometimes it shows, and they're like trying to start stuff in the streets, wearing all their black garb and all that kind of stuff.
I know. I respect them. I mean, these kids, the children, like you get an 11-year-old, 12, 13-year-old, certainly a 13-year-old. That person is going to know Torah better than I will ever know Torah.
Wow.
And this person is going to know the Talmud by the time they're 16. I mean, know it. They'll be able to recite anything. You could just bring up something and they'll know it. And it is amazing. And I have a great deal of respect for them. And I've always been that way. But I can see a growing consensus of we're getting tired of this from the communities around. And there's a breaking point somewhere. I don't know where that is, but I think that a group of people that is used to getting what they want when they want, they are not going to see that breaking point too clearly. These are people who, I mean, we have sophisticated phones, all of us here probably, you know, these smartphones. They don't use those. They don't have those. They have a less sophisticated, can't even get on regular internet kind of phones, and they are shielded greatly from the real world. Now, that's okay if that's what they need to study Torah. I'm not complaining. It's none of my business. I'm very impressed with them, but we got to stop all this craziness and this excessive craziness. It's called balagan. That means craziness, and it is balagan meod. It's a lot of it, exceedingly overfilling the bounds of what's acceptable.
You know,
Kind of-
there's this prayer I came into early in Torah, and I'm still learning Torah, so I don't know it. But
Every day.
yeah, pray for the peace of the Jerusalem. I always thought that should be, but not peace in the Holy Land, and the world is disrupted. But I'm learning differently.
Well, you know, again, I'm not complaining, just concerned right now.
Yeah.
But and I'm concerned because I can see this going a bad direction, and I don't want to see that. I love all the Jews here, and even many of the Arabs. They're just an extended part of the family, and they're definitely Israeli. So I have no problem. As a matter of fact, it's a benefit. They've saved my wife's vision. They've helped me. Good people.
Hashem, yeah.
Yeah. And the Druze too. The Druze, oh, nothing like it. Those people are the most dedicated people. You know, and another time we'll talk about the Druze, but fabulous, fabulous people. Anyway,
Clarifying question?
oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
I'm trying to understand. Maybe what I think you're describing is people who have separated themselves intentionally to dedicate themselves to a purpose, but now they're bringing their separateness out and trying to force it on other people.
No.
Is that right? And
no, not. Go ahead. We'll talk.
Okay, I don't even know how to say it.
Okay.
And I'm sorry for wasting your time, Valentin.
You're not wasting my time. No, I'm happy to be here.
But you got to admire somebody that can memorize the Torah by the age of 13. Okay.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So that is a good, strong person and personality.
I would say, yeah.
Yeah. So are they bringing trouble on themselves by making their choices mandatory for other people when it's not their place to make what they dedicate themselves to a requirement for others? Am I understanding the situation causality here? Because I'm trying to figure out how to pray, brother. Help.
Okay.
Explain to me.
I will try to make this very brief. Here's the deal. They get a very nice amount of money instead of working, instead of having to go to the military. They've always been able to study Torah, and they do that. And the state pays for them to study Torah, and they do it, and they're excellent at that. In the last few years, as we've had wars and battles and people that are in the military or have been or called back over and over for reserve duty, the thought was presented that, look, we need help from the whole community, not just from the people who've been participating in the military. We actually need for the Haredi groups, the Orthodox groups, to step forward and participate in this, because we all live here and we've got to work together. Well, they didn't like that idea, and so they have a lot of pull in the Knesset. They got a lot of votes in the Knesset. So they're safe now, but they have had votes go against their wishes so that they had to go to the military. Well, that's been soft pedaled for some reason. And when you've got like a guy who's, let's say, 36 and he's got to go back into combat for now the fourth time in 3 years, he's called back in reserve. And you got these other guys who they're not just pacifists or something. They will burn a whole bus garage full of buses. They're very costly with their protests. Or they've been doing this thing recently where they get in Jerusalem and they block a whole street or a whole highway and won't let anybody through. And you got ambulance, you got people trying to get places to pick up their children. You got all kinds of people doing everyday stuff. And they're making a mess of this, and people are getting angry at them. So being a Torah scholar is great. And as I said, I have a great amount of respect for them. But if you're going to protest going to the military, maybe the best way to do that is calmly and speaking and using that intellect they have to work out these things and not get involved with, like you had this rabbi standing in knee high in concrete because he stepped into where they were pouring concrete in this city block and he didn't want this new street, and his friends were also there too, but he was knee high in this stuff and they had to bust open concrete to get him out. That's how ridiculous this is. But personally, I'd have left him in there for a few days and let him think about it and then get him out.
But where's the police with all this?
The police are there. They're dealing with it. It's a touchy situation. The police handle it extremely well for the most part. And, the police are people too. And they're just trying to keep it from getting out of hand. They got to control one group. It kind of started a couple of years back when there was going to be a new metro train. Okay, like the one, you get off the real train and you get on a metro train that takes you like through town. If you've been to Jerusalem, it goes through town and takes you right there to the edge of the old city. It's fantastic. And they use it all the time, but it was going to now make a turn and go around through their neighborhood. Well, that's when it all started. And forget COVID and forget all the restrictions and things. You can't put restrictions. It becomes a big problem with restrictions for this group. And it does sound like I'm complaining, but I'm not trying to. But when they start blocking traffic and people are in an ambulance stuck 20 vehicles back and the police can't move them fast enough and then people get out of their cars and then they get accosted, that's not okay. And
that's terrorism.
There's far more of non-Haredi in public than there are of the Orthodox, the Haredi people. So there's not even a ghost of a chance that they're going to prevail in this, but I don't want to see either of them get hurt. I don't want to see them block traffic. I don't want to see people not get medical attention or whatever. But it's unacceptable when these guys start like grabbing some woman and like throwing her to the ground, and all she's trying to do is say, "Get out of the way of my car. I've got to go to the bathroom. Move." And I'm not making a joke too much here, but when a 50-year-old Israeli woman tells you she's got to go to the bathroom, you better get out of the way. she's going to get her way sooner or later here. And they are anybody that has to go to the bathroom. But this was an incident that happened here a few weeks ago. So you want to pray for Jerusalem? Pray for Jerusalem for sure, because these people largely live there. And they have a network of hundreds of thousands. So when they're going to protest, we'll see them leaving out of here because the yeshiva is just right, like 2 blocks. So we'll see them leaving out of here, getting on buses to Jerusalem. And then next thing I know, they're participating in some big rally where they fill, like 250,000 people in an area. No traffic can get through. Nobody can walk. It's just, I think they're taking the wrong route in this. And we'll see. I could be wrong. I've been wrong many times before, but I don't like this because people are now talking, and everyday people, and people are finding themselves mocking these people. And I haven't seen anybody harass them because, most Israelis are so laid back. It's like, oh, there's a siren. Let's go to the shelter. I'll bring my coffee. I'll come back when it's over. It's very laid back for the most part, even though they're loud. But
Would it be valid to pray for wise leadership for the Haredi?
That is an excellent thought right there. I got to show you something. Look at this. I always write down what I've been looking at. This is some of you know, this is this parsha this week is Shoftim, and it means judges. Yeah, and it means judges. And the whole idea is judicial system, civil justice, rules for war, all kinds of stuff like that. But it reminded me of something that we pray every day. It's the 12th prayer in the Amidah, just past the Shema. You have the Amidah. And the 12th prayer in there, or blessing, is that we restore, the prayer is restore the judges and counselors as in the beginning.
As it was in the beginning.
Yeah, and remove sorrow and sighing. And then it goes on to say, may Hashem be the one judge and all of this. But I get to that point and I think, okay, yeah, we need good judgment for the people who are the judges. Who are the judges? A lot of times it's rabbis. Rabbis are we've talked about that. Teaching and judging, that's what their deal is. And to this day, that's what their deal is.
Is that in the daily prayer book?
And the daily prayer book.
What page, please?
Yeah, it's called Hashvat HaMesh.
Save my people and bless thine inheritance.
No, hold on one second. I'm gonna pull it up. Here we go. This is the prayer book, and I'm gonna turn over a couple of pages. It's called Justice. I don't know if you can see this or not. Right here, Justice. Here it is in Hebrew, because you have in this book Hebrew and English on the other side. And what it says is, restore judges as at the first, and our counselors as in the beginning, and remove from us sorrow and sighing. May you alone, Lord, reign over us soon with loving kindness and compassion, with righteousness and justice. Blessed are you, Hashem, the King who loves righteousness and justice. That's the whole segment. And as I was reading the parsha today, there in Deuteronomy, 16 through 21, I think. As I was reading through that, I was thinking about this prayer in the Amidah. I was thinking, wow, I see the need for this kind of wisdom and justice. And right now, Israel really needs that. We got a good government. We got good people in the Knesset, people have all their different opinions, but we've got good leadership, but good judgment and good righteous counseling and righteous judgment is needed. And you have main head rabbis telling their, we'll call it congregations, that they are cursed if they go into the army. Now when they speak, their words are absorbed by maybe 200,000 people in their segment.
So King David doesn't come to mind for these leaders?
King David?
Yeah. I mean, that's a pretty good example.
sure that they do consider King David's words. I mean, you read a little bit of Psalms every day, so yeah, you probably.
Yeah. So where'd that stupid idea come from?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good question. I think it came from an entitlement, an actual
Well,
entitlement. And I don't
what
use
about
that word
Hashem
like
is a warrior? Hashem is his name. Where's that? That's in the Torah.
Wait, could you say it again? I'm sorry.
Hashem is a warrior.
Yeah.
Hashem is his name.
Yeah.
Where is that? Oh,
Oh,
I've got it highlighted. It's like
That's
Leviticus or something.
okay. I mean, we could look it up. My wife has my phone, so I don't have something to look it up right now, but we could look it up. But yeah, so that's a good question you had. Why is this
They should
way?
be rebuked. Those people that say that if they go in the army, they're cursed. That leadership is false, and it needs to be rebuked publicly.
Exodus 15:3.
Exodus 15:3. Okay, wonderful. Yeah, and there is a lot of rebuking going on.
Okay. Well,
Is
it good enough to get it changed? I'm sorry.
No.
I should shut up now. I'm
No,
too
no,
aggressive.
no. It's good questions. These are good questions. These are some questions I've had myself. They're excellent. The thing is, you've got head rabbis who are some saying, "Be good boys, go to the army, go in there, and they've got drafted. Go take care of this. It's your responsibility." And you have other rabbis telling their communities, "No, don't do it. Resist it at all costs." Well, this is causing one huge problem. And I don't know what will easily resolve it. And earlier, when I talked about Menace Freeman, it's not like he and I are good friends or anything, but he's a person I know I could go to. I could talk to him about this because for the life of me, I'm not sure exactly what needs to be done in what order and how, and I'm not in these these Orthodox communities. I mean, I can go into synagogue with them, but I'm not part of that community. I wear my kippah and all that, but I'm Sephardic, and I'm just on a whole other place than they are, and I respect what they do and why. That's good. You've probably heard that there's this teaching that they will not look at a woman. When a woman walks by, they'll turn their head and all this and that. Okay, so maybe they need to do that for whatever reason for themselves. That's fine. There's no judgment in that. But what it's come to now is that most of the time, they won't even say hello. I mean, sometimes you got to give it a Shabbat Shalom, kind of, directed right at them, looking at them in their eyes to even get a response. But it's gone so far in a wrong direction. And I think a lot of it is the leadership. And there will be an adjustment and a correction. And the Knesset is the body to deal with this. But everybody, in at least Jerusalem especially, but even in major centers, Haifa and other places, Tel Aviv even, they're having to deal with these problems. And before people just get to a point where they just smack somebody, there needs to be some kind of understanding to calm this thing down and somehow work this out. But the fuse is getting a little bit short at this point about the whole thing. And that's my concern.
I can't say anything about short fuses. I'm not qualified.
Well, yeah. When you're holding the firecrackers, a lot of people, that fuse gets kind of short. You got to get rid of that firecracker quick before it blows up in your hand. And stuff is starting to blow up, and that's not good. Not buildings or stuff. I'm just mean like attitudes,
Temperatures,
explosive feelings, and and I don't know how long people are going to deal with this in such a considerate way before some hostilities break forth. Because people have, this part is my opinion, people have watched their children or their grandchildren or themselves. They've gone and they've died for their country. Many. And that should be expected in any country, and with people in the military, that happens, you know. But when you have a group of people who want to protest that they can't be part of war, but then they destroy so much stuff, it's like, hold on, hold on here, you're going the wrong direction, you know. So I kind of look at it. Maybe I'm trying to look at it as a father. You know, your children are young, and you're trying to give them some guidance. Going in the wrong direction. Let's take a look at this. Maybe we find a working answer to all this. And right now, it is greatly needed.
Valentine.
Yes, sir.
I know what your problem is. You're a peacemaker.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, you
I
are.
don't know.
Yeah, you're a peacemaker. You're trying to make things better. I see you.
I'd like to make things better.
I
I'd
see
like to
you.
make things better without violence for everybody.
Of course you would.
But,
Yep, that's
you
you.
know, and I gotta say, you know, when I was a boy, spankings were big, you know, but when my kids came along, I didn't spank my children. They turned out okay. And here in Israel, you know, it's illegal to spank children. You just can't do it. It's against the law. But who knows? You know, I have
You know
no
what's sad? What's
opinion.
sad about all of this is not only the behavior of one group towards another, it is the effects of what's happening to the soldiers who do have to go back into war over and over and over again. And some of their families are starving because they're not getting paid enough, you know, when they're serving. I don't know. And, you know, it's like there needs to be a shared responsibility where everybody takes a part. Like it was meant to be. Like at 18, okay, you go into the army. We need you. We need everybody, men and women. But
it helps the community because it gives them a
right.
sense of community. This is a group that has, they have a sense of community, but it is their isolated sense of community. They won't even talk many times to another group that looks just like them, wearing the same clothes and everything. It's like, oh man. But okay, so I blew up at these kids. For one thing, I told one of them to stop smoking last week. I told him, are you kidding me? I'm paying for you to study Torah and you're going to shorten your life? My dad died because he smoked and wouldn't stop. And I said, knock that off. If you're going to do it, go do it down there. Don't do it in front of my house where I have to see you. So I told him that. And I've gotten to a point, and they're still nice to me. We get along. But on the train, I sort of yelled at the kids. I yelled, shut it. That means be quiet. And then they turned around like, oh, you know, and had that look on their face like Barney Fife and Andy Griffith's show. Remember, you know, and I said, shake it. I said, that means be quiet. And I said, Bavakasha, meaning please, you know. And I said Bavakasha like 3 times. And they just got real quiet and looked at me. And I'm wearing my kippah, you know. I'm not a bad guy. I'm one of them to a point. But it's just like, you're even aggravating me to the point where I'm yelling at you guys, and I shouldn't have to do that on a train. You know?
Right.
This should not be happening. We are breaking paradigms into the insane sometimes with some of this behavior, and it's just getting worse. And anyway, and it's becoming sometimes several times a week. And I don't like it because if they're getting advice to just ignore everybody else, that's not going to fly. That's not going to fly.
What's the government-approved method of correcting children's misbehavior if you can't spank them?
You know, people are going to they're going to deal with their children the way they're going to deal with them. And yeah, they don't get involved with all that. But yeah, spanking's been against the law for decades. It's just not something anybody does. You never see it. You just never see it. And
Well,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
what's the government approved method of disciplining your own children in Israel?
Just tell them to stop it, or take away privileges, or make them go sit or talk to them, or whatever. It just depends. It's, just like you get 10 parents.
Well, maybe
you might
they're not being taught. Maybe they're not being taught this. If their parents are rude to others, maybe that's what they're being disrespectful as
emulating.
well.
Yeah, they're just emulating what they see in their
So
parents.
they're teaching
pretty
their
much.
children just like the Shema says, but they're not teaching them in the way that the Shema says. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. And I didn't mean to deliver this crisis to us tonight. And I've got my own thoughts about it, and I respect the thoughts of other people who have differing thoughts. It's okay with me. We don't have to agree, but we've got to do something. We can't just stop and not say anything anymore. This has gotten too big. There has got to
this
be.
News reached. I mean, I have a confession. I don't watch the news. Whatever
Good for you.
I do not turn on the TV and watch the news. Whatever news comes to me, I get through my phone when I'm scrolling down, and I check Israel news. But I hadn't seen any of this. Is this news filtering outside of Israel, or is this all just happening in Israel and nobody knows? Nobody's reporting it.
That's a good question.
I just wonder.
I'm not sure, because I'm kind of like you. I don't particularly care to hear the news. My wife is kind of an addict on the news, so she gets up in the morning and wants to read things to me, and that helps her feel good. And me, I'd rather not hear anything all day, because if the siren goes off, I'll go to the shelter. If I got to know something, they're going to let me know on my phone. It's that simple, and I don't have to complicate things by getting all emotionally or mentally or stressfully involved in everything going on. Let's put it this way: Israel, there is a foreverness about Israel. I'm in the right place in the right time. I'm glad to be here. I just am a little bit worried that things will get out of hand. And before that happens, and it's starting to, I want to talk with people. I mean, I got connections with some people. I can actually talk with people, and that's good. But this has got to get worked out. This has got to get worked out. I love the Haredi people. They're good people, no doubt. It just something's got to get worked out here. They just got at the Knesset, they have a vote went through and assured that they'll get their money for studying Torah, and they can study the Torah. I'm glad. I'm so glad. But also know that I know people personally who have gone back in for the fourth time in the reserves. And there's got to be a solution here somewhere. So hopefully we'll see what happens. And it just dawned on me that this is recorded. Oh my gosh.
I doubt anybody that cares will watch it.
Just be grateful you're not Betty.
Hey, David Tyler. I already said to know you is to love you, but that doesn't mean I don't have to. I don't have to love everything you say, especially about me.
And all I can say is that people know what I am, so it's no shock. It's just you, no, and you didn't even say that bad of a word from what I can tell, Betty. So.
That's the third reference I've heard to it. What
Valentine, we were talking earlier about, Betty was saying, I said, you're one of the most holy people I know. And she goes, oh, I've done bad things before. And what she said was bad was like at a scale of 1 to 10 for me, it was a 0.5.
Well, the prophets say smear it on their faces. So yeah, if you want to know.
But Betty is
Okay.
Betty is truly a very holy type person, and you don't know that many people. And what I mean by that is just the way she thinks and talks, and it's very biblical, is the way I would like to put it for Betty. And I'm glad to know people like that because it makes me think. you know, like I said, I worked in mills and I've been in operations where we blew things up for the government in Afghanistan and Iraq and other stands and other places. And, I've been helping the Ukrainians. And the point is, there's a lot of foul language when that kind of stuff is going down. That's all.
Well,
Yeah.
you're in a
Betty
completely
is.
different.
Yeah.
I'm laughing at Ronnie. Oh gosh, he wrote something so funny.
It doesn't. It doesn't matter how holy Betty is. We're still going to pick on her today.
Yeah. Well,
Well, you
she's,
can pick, just pick. I know you love
yeah.
me, and I do
And,
appreciate
and
it.
Betty, that Patty and me and my brother Steve think you're the closest person to my mother since my mother's
Oh,
passed.
oh, now
Because
you're making me cry. That is
no,
just
I
the
mean,
sweetest. That's the
I truly
kindest
miss my
thing.
mom, and she was like that too. She I never heard my mother swear in her whole life. Did you ever hear my mother say a bad? She said angry things, and then my dad was like me. We had the mouth that you use when you're in a copper mill and they're smelting copper and drawing it into tubes. You hear a lot of bad words in those mills.
Whatever that is.
You burn the copper down, you melt it down, and they revere
Mm,
copper and brass made copper tubing. Besides pots and pans, they make copper foil,
that's funny.
and it's loud in there. One of those things I can tell you. It's so loud in there. I'm surprised my dad could even hear because they never even wore, hearing. And back behind him was a vat of I believe it was hydrochloric acid, and they would put the copper ingots in there to clean them up before they melted them. And I go, Dad, it's burning my chest. He goes, Oh, you get used to it. You know. Anyways,
Mm.
it was that, and it's how you came up. And I try to get Patty to get a little more potty mouth, but she's not a potty mouth either. So I'm always
Mm.
reminded to speak better. And now that Angel is posting these things on her YouTube channel, I'm really keeping my mouth cleaner.
Oh, Chuck, before I forget about it, we were talking about uh, those apps a little while ago, and there's another one I want to show you it's actually quite relaxing.
But it's still strategic, so it still triggers the detective part of your brain.
Yeah, it's called Smash Fest, and what it basically is, it's a it's a knocking stuff off of a table with a little cannon, and you only get so many balls to try to knock it all out. But it's definitely strategy. I mean, there's even some on here where the table rotates. Sometimes it goes back and forth, and you're trying to knock all this stuff down. But it's I like it. It's very relaxing, and I think it's fun to play. But if you like stuff like that, it's called Smash Fest.
Sounds like that'll save me some ammunition.
But I enjoy playing it. Um, just
Man, you know what? You know what 500 rounds of 357 cost?
I can only imagine.
It's $903 and change after 8% tax.
Woo!
Wow.
Yeah.
You'd be better off just pressing your own.
Well, attempts at that are were not totally successful. The 308 ammo, the brass didn't get sized right. I'm just not very good at it. That's what I got to say. And neither is my dad. He's the one that screwed up the 308 brass.
Huh. It's kind of why I like the burners that we carry. So at least they're legal.
What are you doing? Are you trying to?
But I tell you what, though, I mean, if I ever had to use one on somebody, they're going to be hurting.
Yeah, my son burns a lot of ammo too. In fact, he was there buying 5.56 and 9mm when I went to pick up my dad's 357 ammo.
Wow. This thing here shoots 62 caliber. It was, I guess you would call it a marble. I mean, something like that when it hits you.
It's not a glass though.
It's not a glass marble, but and they also shoot 62 caliber. I guess,
Paintballs?
Huh?
Paintballs?
No,
No,
it's
they're
not.
about the size of paintballs.
Yeah, they're about
but,
the size of paintballs, but they have capsaicin in them, and they'll bring anybody down. I mean, I've seen guys on YouTube get shot with those things that they're saying, "Oh, I've been in the army and I've been."
I cannot trust someone who's lying to me, so loving is best way. Times get hard.
But these guys are gas chamber masters, and they're getting hit with these things, and they're just like hitting the ground, going coughing and gagging. But yeah, if anybody ever tries to, approach us or anything like that, pow, it won't kill them, but they'll know it. But I'd rather carry something like that than a firearm, just for the simple fact that I can't get sued for using it, and I also wouldn't want to take somebody's life.
I've got to go. My wife has her brother on the phone, and I need to talk with him real quick.
Oh, okay.
But good to see all of you. Shabbat shalom to you. Hopefully, have a happy week. And anyway,
You
I'll let you
too.
guys know how things go with the conversations I have
And
this week with
Valentine,
them.
thank you so much for sharing.
Yeah.
We will be
No,
friends.
no apologies.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. We'll talk
Okay.
later. See you
Okie
guys. Have a
dokie.
great week.
Hey, buddy.
Shalom.
You guys are a blessing.
Take
and
care. We love you.
I'm glad to get to see you. I'll see you later.
Bye.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bless. I'm always worried about how somebody's going to take him.
What'd you say, Angel?
I said, bless him. He's always worried about how somebody is going to take what
He
he's
is, isn't he?
Yes.
Yep.
That's something.
Hey,
you
by
and
the
him
way,
have in common.
Angel,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
have to tell you that before I read your new Healthy and Heart diets, good diet suggestion for breakfast, that's actually what I had. The oatmeal, almond, and banana with cinnamon and whatever. So, hey, they say GMAO. No, GMTA. Great minds think alike. Haha. Somebody put that on something that I have responded to, and I thought, what is GMTA? It took me a
I was
minute.
like,
And
what is she talking about?
Yeah.
yeah, and then I thought, oh, GMT. Okay, great minds think alike. That's good. Anyway,
One thing I
that had nothing
accidentally
to do with
found out.
anything. I just thought I'd say it.
Well, one thing that I found out by accident. There for a while, I was eating oatmeal for breakfast before I went to work, and I always like to pre-prep a lot of stuff because it just makes it easier in the mornings to have this repeat this, that, and the other. And I was going ahead and putting my oatmeal on the stove and putting the water in it and just letting it sit there until I was ready to cook it. Well, come to find out, pre-soaking that oatmeal like that for about an hour or two before I eat it made it fluffier. And I was shocked because she was asking me. She goes, "How are you getting your oatmeal to turn out like that?" I'm sitting going, "I don't know." And then all of a sudden it hit me. I was like, oh, well, they're soaking in water before I heat them up. It's because I just don't have to worry about getting the water and stuff when it's time to cook them. I just cut the stove on.
How long do you soak them? Like an hour?
Hour, 2 hours, yeah. But it
Well,
makes
I
it
need to
so
try that.
it makes
Actually,
them fluffy and they get bigger and
huh?
I don't know. Like I said, I just found that out by accident one morning,
Yeah.
and I was like, huh,
The
okay.
texture is better too.
Yeah, texture's a lot better.
So
Well, I just
if
eaten.
you
I've
soak
just
them, I'm sorry. Go ahead,
no. I was
Alexander.
just. Go ahead, Miriam. It's okay.
Well, if you soak in the oatmeal, do you put it in the microwave or on the stove
Just put it on the
afterwards?
stove with a lid on it because we have cats that love oatmeal.
Okay, yeah, that's what I want to know.
Actually, all the cats love oatmeal.
Thank you.
Libby says she's curious because she keeps reading that oatmeal is high in glyphosate. Yes, it can be, and
That's why you get organic.
the name brand, the Quaker oat that's organic, that still has glyphosate in it because I found that out the hard way. A silicone scoop that I had in there, it had like started eating into the silicone. But we actually get our oatmeal organic from Amazon or from Azure Standard, and those have actually been really good.
Yeah.
I need to go check mine. I mean, it's organic and it's sprouted. And most of the time, yeah, most of the time I just eat it like I would eat cold cereal. I eat it raw, and I like it. So I actually put a little bit of Ezekiel cereal on top for crunch, and it made it even more yummy.
Oh,
So
that's an interesting idea.
yeah.
Well, I buy ours from the Amish store, and I've been told that they do not have the glyphosate, but I know anything that you buy off of the shelf anymore, you have to be very careful. And anything that has the oatmeal in it, that's on the store shelf. So
Yeah, that's why we
I'm
don't.
a big fan of oatmeal, and my mother used to buy the oats, the groats, she called them, and she would boil water at night and put them on the stove and set the lid on it and let them swell up overnight, and we would eat those like that. So
I have the oat growth too, and they're actually good in soups as well. But I also have the thing where I can, what's it called? I can make my own rolled oats.
Oh yeah, yeah. And I also like doing. A lot of times I'll grind the oats into flour and use that to make different stuff with, different breading stuff and all that.
But that was a really good point
I
about.
make the no bake cookies, and I use the bigger oats they're not rolled oats. And my grandkids just absolutely love them. Of course, they are big peanut butter fans, and I buy
What
natural.
I use, I don't know. Can you see it? I guess it's written backwards, huh?
I do.
No,
Yeah.
No, it's fine.
Farmers we know.
Yeah, it is made by, see, what does it say? 1 Degree Organic Foods, and it says it's glyphosate free. So,
Okay.
and I get it in the grocery store. So, anyway.
Yeah. I used to buy all that kind of stuff at the grocery store, but I was so thankful when we moved to the area we're in. It's only about a 15-minute drive to the Amish store, and I buy pretty much all of my dry goods there.
That's
They
nice.
make cheese, and they have whole milk, and they butcher their own beef, and sometimes we buy beef there, but we haven't had to buy any there in a while because my son-in-law, he bought 3 feeder calves and put them out here on our pasture, and so he had one, we had one, and our son got one. So we've had plenty of beef, and we have a lot of venison from his deer hunting, which he doesn't just hunt like a lot of people do. He harvests the deer rather than just hunting. So he watches them on cameras and decides which one he's going to have for the year because, as they get older and the new ones are coming on. They have to be harvested. So, in fact, I just made 2 great big loads of venison jerky because he's really bad about going all day without eating. But he'll pop in here from time to time to get a tool from my husband or drop off things. And he'll stop by and I send eggs home with him and I send the venison jerky and he grabs a big handful of those no-bake cookies. So I feel like I'm helping him stay healthier.
So, what kind of fermented foods do you eat, Libby?
Pardon?
What kind of fermented foods do you eat? I'm like diving deep into the ferment. Betty asked me to, to because we're gonna start eating more fermented foods, and because there's so many health benefits. And Betty asked me to write some articles on it, so I've been digging deep into that the last few days, and it's really interesting. Like milk kefir actually has been shown to in studies to lower insulin resistance, improve diabetes, and a lot of other things, along with like kimchi and miso. And tempeh is also good for. I mean, they're just the different ferments are good for different things, and according to the studies that have been done on them. So I know
Because
you're.
they produce different types of bacteria of the good bacterias for your digestion. But I don't do a lot of fermented. I make my own apple cider vinegar from our apples off of our trees. In fact, I just started 2.5 gallons this last week off of our trees, and we use the apple cider vinegar a lot. And just drinking it and putting it on our salad and things like that. So, and then I do the sourdough bread. We don't eat any other bread. We eat sourdough only, and that's a fermented food. I wanted to do the kimchi, but you have to do that in enough of a batch to really make it come out. And I have to be honest, I don't think I could get my husband to eat it, so I don't do that. I primarily cook for him because I don't digest real well anyway, and I'm very selective about what I eat. But most of the cooked foods, he's a big meat eater, so I do have to cook a lot of meat. I'm not big on meat. I never have been. In fact, it makes me feel my stomach gets upset smelling it cooking. But
Me too. Me too,
I found
Libby. I
ways to
feel
cook.
the same way.
And I've always been that way. It is
Just
actually
not
part
big
of,
on meat, me either.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's part of my birth defect that I was born with, and years I didn't know, that I had it. Now it
Yeah.
totally makes sense. But the only real meat I could get down was chicken occasionally, and my my dad raised goats, and I would eat goat burgers sometimes. But I've never been big on that. But I don't process certain proteins, and so that has really made sense to me. Why I had an affinity, my body was telling me, don't eat that because you can't process it.
Mhm.
So I have done the milk kefir. I did goat milk kefir rather than the cow milk kefir, and I've heard people use sheep milk, which is also really good. But you have to have a source. We had a source for the goat milk because we had goats, and I can eat goat meat, and it does not upset me when I smell it cooking. We have sheep, and my husband actually loves lamb, but I can't deal with the smell of it. So I have to go. I do it in the wintertime, and I do it overnight so that I'm asleep. And, then by the morning it's already cooked, and I stick it in the fridge, and he eats on it when he wants it. So I did find, though, that putting bay leaf in in the lamb makes it a whole lot better.
It makes coffee better too.
Pardon?
Bailey's makes coffee better too.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness.
But the bay leaf takes a lot of the lanolin taste and smell
wait,
out.
You said bay leaf?
Bay leaf. Yes.
Oh no. I thought you meant Bailey's, like the liqueur.
Oh.
Oh no.
Bad girl.
Yeah, I love liqueur in my coffee. I sure do.
Oh, Bailey's is the best. Oh my gosh. Or Kahlua.
Yeah.
So good. But I haven't bought any in a long time. It's really expensive. So I wait till a birthday or something and one of my girls will give me some.
Right. Yeah, that's special
So we
stuff.
all now know what Betty's treat is.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Bailey's
Well,
or
it's like having chocolate with your coffee. But see, I'm Irish, and so I love Irish coffee. It's in my blood.
Chocolate. I have a new tradition for the past month, I guess. I mean, I've always loved dark chocolate, but now I'm treating myself to a little square of dark chocolate every morning with my coffee. And I put cinnamon in my coffee too. And so after my lemon water, then I give it a little break and I have my special coffee and chocolate. And anyway.
The cinnamon and the chocolate taste good together?
Yes. And I found a new chocolate that's organic. It's called HU, like human. I don't know if are you familiar with that one?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, it's really good. The plain is good. I've also got the one that has almond butter and quinoa in it, and it has a little crunchy center. And I think that's become my favorite. But I need to check to see if it has I don't think it has sugar in it. But anyway. So I didn't mean to get off the subject. I'm sorry, Libby.
It's not.
No,
not. We
I
still
was just
talking
curious.
about coffee. I can't even drink coffee anymore, and I drank it for so many years during 12-hour shifts. Loved it.
I'm so sorry for you.
All of a sudden I got this acid reflux, and hardly nothing can go down there anymore. You know, anything just look like rubs me the wrong way, and I've been to doctors, and it's just acid reflux. Don't do this and don't do that. That's it. Every kind of way of don'ts. Yeah.
Well, I used to have trouble with the coffee like that, and I'd get the shakes really bad. But when I started trying to figure out what was wrong with my nerve condition, and I started reading because they told me that I had MS originally. They told me they thought I had MS. And so I started reading every book and every information I could. And I read about grinding your coffee fresh, because when you grind coffee has oil in it, and the oil goes rancid, and that eats on the nervous system. And so from then on, I started grinding my own coffee beans, and I've never had trouble with coffee since. The other thing is, they will label the acid reflux, but a lot of it is that you just need to get your gut health in order, and they'll try to put you on all kinds of medicine for that.
Yes.
I had a neighbor that they were putting her on medicine, and the medicine wasn't helping, and she was still getting sick. And I offered to give her a bottle of my apple cider vinegar and told her how to use it. And within a month, she was not having a bit of problem. And so she got her husband to try it because he started having trouble. But so much of the time, these doctors are just putting you on medicine that will cause other side effects, and you never really get to the heart of the matter. But our gut health is prime for all over health. So
you sound like more of a doctor, Libby, than my own doctor.
No,
I'm getting better advice here.
I grew up from day one having issues and not understanding what was going on.
Yes.
But my mother was always into more natural remedy, and
Wow.
my
Yes.
mother was because she was Cherokee Indian, and I just learned a lot from her. And um,
Mm.
my dad always said the doctors were just practicing on you. That's why they call it a practice. They don't
Mhm.
know,
Oh
but
my, that's so powerful. Yes.
well,
I,
and the other thing was when my husband and I came to the Ozarks, we were actually living in Arkansas at the time, and he was a builder, and building just totally went to nothing. So we had to do something to have an income, and we started a commercial window cleaning business. And we would go around on a monthly basis, and we cleaned all the different commercial buildings and restaurants, and we did houses too, but we did them on a 3-month basis. But we were cleaning a hospital, one of the main hospitals in the area, and they had windows that I don't even know how long that hallway was, but there were windows all the way down that hallway, and it was on the way to the emergency room. And they had these tables of all of these pharmaceutical reps sitting at these tables down that whole length of that hall, and they would catch the doctors on the way in to the emergency calls, and just piled and piled and piled all these pharmaceuticals on these doctors. Use
mm,
this for this, use that for that, blah, 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 blah. Well, I found out that the physicians, the actual doctors who are prescribing medicines, do not take chemistry. So they do not know what those medicines do. They're just taking the word of the rep. And they get kickbacks for
Yeah.
every pill that they push. So I learned right then that doctors were nothing but legalized drug pushers. And
Bingo.
I stayed far, far
Mm.
away going to the doctor. If I
Okay.
couldn't figure
Going
out
out?
the
Come
problem
on.
on my
I
own,
thought you
then
went.
I
Come
might
on.
go and talk to a pharmacist.
Well,
And
well.
we had two really good
I'm trying to
friends
see my
that
mom.
were pharmacists,
I'm seeing my
and I
mom.
would go and talk to them about, what should I try. But I don't do over the counter anything.
I don't like it either.
Yeah,
You know,
because
those reps just pile up so many free probably samples on the doctor, and
well, they're a
then yeah,
salesman. They're paid commission according to how much they
how
sell.
much?
So
There's
Yes.
actually a website that you can look up whether your doctor has received any kickbacks. I can't remember what it's called yet, but I can find it.
Well, they
Yes.
don't even when they go to medical school. They I think they only spend like 15 minutes on nutrition. That's
right,
it.
Uh,
right.
They're not
not
taught to.
That's that I read that is increasing. The time required in nutrition courses is increasing. I don't remember how much, but anyway, it sounded good.
I do think that some of these things are going to be changing because of RFK Jr. and President Trump is trying to look into more and more of these things.
Yep.
And I don't know if you all saw, Betty, I heard you say you don't watch the news, but um, he actually signed an executive order rolling back all of the vaccines that they're throwing at our little babies
Yep.
from day one, and all of the concoctions, the big cocktails full of vaccines. And a lot of it is
also
because he has
splitting the
found,
MMR. Also splitting the
pardon,
MMR. They're also splitting the MMR, which is linked to some cases of autism.
Yeah. I'm kind of
right.
curious as to uh, if he's going to roll that stuff back. I'm really curious to see how autism starts to diminish in children.
Yes, I agree with that.
Because
You know,
it's
I'm
been on
I
really
the
have felt
curious.
like
rise.
It may not have caused it, but it definitely contributed. And I think that I've shared this story before, but they found when I went to Mayo, they actually said directly to me that my condition was progressed because of the vaccines I had when I was 12. And my father had refused to have us vaccinated all the way up to that time. And they passed a new law in Texas that we had to be vaccinated before we went into junior high. And that year, I fell sick 2 weeks before school started. I missed my whole first month of school in the 7th grade. And they told me I had mononucleosis because I got so weak I couldn't even get off of the bed. They had to carry me in to put me on the toilet. And I was throwing up, could not keep anything down. But what they did is because I had not been vaccinated all that time, they gave me a big cocktail of all of the ones to catch me up, so to speak. Well, the first time they gave it to me, it did not take. And they knew it didn't take because of the smallpox vaccine did not bubble up like it was supposed to. So they mixed up another concoction and they put it in my other arm. That one didn't take either because my immune system was so strong that it was throwing it off. So then they mixed it up a third time and gave it to me again. So that was when I started having so many physical problems. And from that year on, and that was when my eyelids started drooping on my left eye. And they thought that I had what they call lazy eye. And they said it was from me having the big red measles and having a high fever. But that didn't stop them from giving me that measles vaccine. I had already had the measles. I had the big red measles and I had the little measles. But it didn't matter. So I am definitely, I'm not an anti-vaxxer. What I propose is that the parent has the choice after they've been given the education,
all the
of what
information.
you're risking and what you're not risking.
Yeah.
And none of my children were ever vaccinated. I fought the Arkansas school, public school. They finally gave us a philosophical exemption. And that was the year that they allowed philosophical exemption in Arkansas. So they did not have to have a religious exemption. They didn't have to have medical. They could just oppose it for philosophical reasons. And I was the one that got that.
Libby, did all that hinder your child from starting on time? Were they late in school starting, or did they were okay to start the right beginning of the
They were
year?
okay to start school, but I held them out for 2 years and taught them at home while
Oh,
I
okay.
fought the battle. But I explained to the health department, they kept calling me and saying, your kids need to be in school and blah, blah, blah. And I explained to them what had happened to me as a child. And they said, well, if you'll give it to one of your kids and they don't have a reaction, or if they have a reaction, the other one won't have to have it. And I said, that's like taking a revolver and putting it to
Yes.
my child's head and pulling the trigger. Which one is going to die?
Wow.
Which one should I sacrifice? I said, I'm not doing that.
Mm-hmm.
So I fought and fought and fought, and I got it, enforced. It is now a law in Arkansas. You do not have to have your children vaccinated. Missouri has a medical exemption, and again, the parent takes responsibility, and that is the way that it should be.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what RFK is doing with the whole situation. Is he is trying to educate the parents and let them make their own choice for their children. Because in education or anything, we are the responsible party before our Creator as far as Him giving our children into our care. Yeah, Living Pop the Law, all right.
Yes.
I don't know if you read what I said before, but I'm pretty mild mannered until you cross me and it comes to my children. So,
As
uh,
should be, yes.
Oh, I
not,
understand
not,
about fighting the school system. I've had to fight for Kelsey too because they stuck her in a classroom where nobody could communicate with her. And I had to fight for it took me I think 4 months to get them to provide her with somebody who could speak sign language. But she was like having meltdowns in the classroom, but because nobody could communicate with her, I'm like, it's like dropping you in the middle of China and
And
expecting you
probably
to be
not the
okay.
teacher either, right?
No, nobody knew how to speak sign language.
Yes.
Um,
So
she
sad.
she ended up getting a specific sign language teacher, and that actually benefited other children who came into the school later that were deaf as well.
yeah. Well, when my oldest daughter was in third grade, the principal told me I had to hold her out of school, and I was teaching school, and I said, okay, well, then I guess I have to stay home too because they had a measles outbreak, and of course, in my opinion, I mean, I was watching this, and all of a sudden they were lining all the kids up and giving them measles shots, and then we had a measles outbreak. Most people don't understand what the vaccine actually does. It gives you the disease, a mild case, so you can overcome it. Okay.
Yep.
So the principal called me in and said, Miss Bond, you have to keep her out of school for 3 weeks until we get this outbreak over because she wasn't vaccinated. And I said, well, then I guess I'll have to stay home with her. Oh, no, it won't affect you. And I said, yes, it will. I'll stay home with my daughter. But I said, I have one question for you. If these kids have been vaccinated,
How'd they get the disease?
how are they going to give her the disease? Okay? She hasn't been vaccinated. That's on me if she gets it. But who's she going to give it to if they've been vaccinated, if the vaccine works? He couldn't answer me, and he said, I guess you're right, Miss Bond. She can stay in school. All it takes is somebody asking the right questions, and they realize they can't answer it. We've just been filled with propaganda, and we swallow it hook, line, and sinker, just like with our biblical teaching.
Yeah.
You know, it's the same thing. So you have to ask the questions. And a lot of people don't want to be put on the spot, but that's on them.
Shadow. Did you check Kelsey's
The
phone?
bottom line is that our Creator gave us a brain to think with, the ability to ask questions, and He also expected us to take responsibility.
Yeah.
And not let someone else be to blame. And that is really what has happened with us and our government is we let the government take over, and then we wonder why things are falling apart because we have trusted way too much and we're not taking that responsibility ourselves.
Shavuot, Patty.
Bye, Patty.
Bye. Love you all. Have a good day.
Love you
Bye,
too.
Todd.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Well, you talk about all these vaccines and everything. I mean, we saw yesterday. We took a couple of cats to the vet, and she told us well they're due for their rabies shots, they're only good for like a couple of years or something like that. And I looked at her and I said,
3 years.
they're inside cats. And she says, well, it is a law that they have to have the rabies shots. I was like, really? For an indoor animal that never sees outside? And she's kind of like, so are you not wanting to give them a shot? I was like, no. She's like, okay, well, I have to write it down that I did offer it. I'm like, I don't care.
But she wouldn't give it to them anyway because they're sick. So
Yeah. She says, well, I can't. They're sick, so I can't do anything about it right now anyway. I'm sort of thinking.
Mhm.
But at the same time, it's kind of a catch-22 because, with all the cats that we have here, uh, if somebody was to say something, then we can, hey, they've all been fixed, they've all had their shots, they've all, this, that, and the other, but if they ain't got the rabies, that could be an issue. So it's kind of a catch-22. I mean, I don't know. I can't understand why that
and
is.
now you're putting it on YouTube.
I just. It's just a catch-22. I mean, it's exactly what it is.
But it really doesn't make sense why an animal that stays indoors all the time would have to have a shot that's only that they would only be at risk at if they were outside.
Yeah. I don't get it.
Do rabies shots ever give an animal an actual case of rabies?
I don't know.
I don't know. I've never seen an animal have a reaction to a rabies shot that I can remember. I don't recall ever seeing any kind of reaction or what's what I'm looking for.
Todd, I got another question for you.
No,
And
they use a killed or recombinant virus that cannot cause the disease.
have you ever? I don't know how much medical training you've. Have you ever seen a human die from rabies on video?
Mm-mm.
You don't want to see it. It's bad.
Do they
It's
go
bad.
do they go mad or something or
That complete body seizures at the end.
oh
It's awful.
mm,
It's awful. Some risks just need to be taken. That is my opinion, my
right
friend.
right
That's just all I got to say.
Well, they get their rabies shot when we get them, but
yeah
if they're always indoors, why do they need it?
but there's also something you got to think of too because this happened this past winter as far as mice getting in the house, which is not near as bad as it used to be since we have all those cats outside. I will give them that. I mean, mice are almost non-existent around here. But one did get in the house this past winter, and it was Rena that ended up killing it. But like she said, go ahead and collect it, throw it away in case it might have rabies or something. I said, you're right. I didn't think about that.
Mice don't typically have rabies. I was thinking more along the lines of worms.
Like worms or diseases or something like that. But anything can happen.
Yeah. When we get wild animals here in Chambers County, Alabama, if they come out during the daytime and they are nocturnal, we assume that they're sick. We had a nutria. You know what a nutria is?
Mm-mm.
A
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's kind of like a large
A rat the size of a cat.
a rat the size of
A
bigger
cat.
than a chihuahua.
Yeah.
It's
Wow.
the size of a beaver, a full-grown beaver.
I
A
seen
nutria,
it.
a nutria that big came up across the road and into the yard 2 years ago in the daytime. And
Wow.
they don't belong here. They don't belong anywhere this far away from water. That one had gone crazy.
Apparently. I mean, I mean, it's the same as if you see a raccoon during the day.
Mhm.
Um, I know we had well, it's been a few years ago, but I was noticing in the shop that there were raccoon prints in the shop. I'm sort of thinking, why is there raccoon prints in here? And then every once in a while I'd find urine, and I'm sort of thinking, what in the world is going on here? I didn't see anything, and
Yeah.
all of a sudden I happened to look up in the ceiling, and there was a hole in the ceiling about that big, and apparently the raccoon had gone up, uh, probably climbed up the chain link fence that we have in the back, and got up, probably up underneath the metal trim, or maybe even the gutter, because there was no hole in the roof. So he had to get in somehow, and he was hiding in the rafters. That's why I never saw him. And this went on for several days, and then all of a sudden I just happened to look up one day. I was watching the garage door go up, and I looked, and there he was in the rafters, and he was just sitting there, just staring at me. Well, I called an exterminator, and he came over, and he told me, he goes, yeah, he says, he's that dude right there sick. He said if he's just hanging around here and everything else, he said there's something wrong with that dude. And he says, and I'm going to ask you something too. He says, you don't mind me popping a 22 in his head, do you? I said, no.
Look, you make a
And he says, well, I'm going to tell you. He says, when this thing hits the floor, you need to back off. He says, because he could start spraying poop, and if he does spray poop, it's very poisonous to humans. Now, I didn't know that.
I didn't get a bird.
I was like, okay. So he goes up there. I gave him he had a ladder that he carried, and he was able to get up on the rafter, and he just leaned over. Of course, had a silencer on it, and he popped a 22 in his head. Well, it went straight to the floor, and man, he did the fireman slide down the ladder, and already had a trash bag ready to go, and he jerked that trash bag right over that raccoon, and it took it a couple of minutes to finally die. But he said, yeah, he said that's supposed to kill him instantly. He says, but if it took a couple of minutes, and he was definitely sick. I was like, wow. But he got it wrapped up in that trash bag quick. I was impressed. I was like, dang, dude.
That's interesting. That Nutra. I actually had to shoot that Nutra 3 times with a 45 ACP before it
Wow.
finally died. And Todd, the Army said I was an expert with a M16, so I'm not that bad a shot from 2 feet away
Right.
with a 45 with a 7-inch barrel. I'm just not that bad a shot, but that thing, I don't know why. You say that guy told you that if it's sick, it dies harder?
That's what he told me. He said that where
Takes longer for it to
he
die.
shot him in the head, he should have just hit the ground, and that was it. But
That's what I was expecting.
But he was twitching and everything else, and it took a couple of minutes for it to actually take in. He was afraid he was going to shoot it again.
I just went ahead and shot it again and again.
Until it was done.
Yeah.
And I remember I took bleach and cleaned the floor where the blood was.
Yeah.
And because that's what he told me to do. He says, "You have any bleach here?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, I got some bleach here." He says, mix some in some water and spray it and clean it up first, and then spray it again and let it sit there for a few minutes before you clean it up again.
Yeah.
I said, okay. And he goes, after that, it'll be fine. I said, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that they could spray
too.
poop on you and it would make you sick. I didn't
No,
know that.
I didn't know it either.
So
well,
that's
that's interesting about
toxoplasmosis.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
What'd she say?
It's because they have raccoons are carriers of toxoplasmosis.
Wow, that sounds fancy.
It's a bacteria that gets in and eats off your nervous system, your brain, and like Kelsey got it in utero. Her mother was exposed to it, and it affected her when she was in the womb, and it caused blindness and deafness. Blindness in that one eye, and because it ate a hole in the nerve, you can actually see the hole in the nerve on the eye the pictures they take on the eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, she has peripheral
In
around
that
that eye,
eye,
but
but
but not direct sight.
I don't understand how it's transferred to humans. Just spray on your skin or ingest it
you can
in your
ingest
mouth or
it.
something you eat.
Pretty much, yeah. It's something you eat. Pigs are really bad infested. That's one of the main ways that you can get it is eating pig meat. Um, and another way is messing with cats. That's why they tell pregnant women not to mess with cat litter.
You call it toxoplasm what? Plasticity?
Toxoplasmosis.
Plastosis.
And to think all the bacon we used to eat. We go through a pack of bacon just for breakfast. Back when we were eating that
I
stuff.
put it in the chat, Chuck.
Ah, yeah, okay. I spelled it wrong. There's no T in it. I'm trying so hard not to tell a joke.
Not to tell a joke. Wow.
Oh, go ahead.
Wow.
Go for it.
So this is the cause of liberalism then, bacon.
Bacon.
Your
All I can
brain
say,
gets ate away. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to work on that one. Something about, lost brain tissue.
lost brain tissue.
Yeah.
I tell you, was it Rush Limbaugh used to say becoming a liberal is the most gutless decision you can make? That's what he used to say about it.
Hmm.
All I can say is this: all these woke people that refuse to get married and refuse to have kids, this, that, and the other. Okay, fine. That means that way of thinking will eventually die off.
Hopefully.
So, if they don't want to have any kids, so good.
Well, I have a story about the sweet little piggies. When I was teaching pre-K, we took them on a field trip to a farm, and we went and looked at all the animals, and they were all excited. And then there was one animal, like down at the bottom of the hill, one pen that we hadn't gone to, and the kids go, "Oh yeah, let's go there." So the closer we got, the stronger the stench got, and pretty soon they were like plugging their noses, going, "Ooh, ooh, what's that?" And so we got right close to it, and I said, "Well, those are pigs, and that's just how they smell. That's just their smell." And so then we come home, we come back, and we all had to write a story, dictate a story, and I wrote it about our trip to the farm. And then we went over our lunch menu, and we had pictures of all the foods that we were having. And so we had vegetables and meat and dairy and a dessert. That was the typical thing. Uh, so, so when it comes to the meat, I said, "Well, we're having pork." And they go, "Pork? What's that?" I said, "Well, pork chops." I said, that's actually, the animal that we saw today, the pig that smells so bad. I said, that's pork, that's pig." And then all the kids were going, "Oh," and none of them, only one kid would eat the pork that day. And there was this little girl was kind of overweight, big, liked to eat a lot. And she goes, I love this pig meat. Y'all just ought to eat some." But everybody else was like holding their nose still and thinking, I guess they were thinking what it looked like and what it smelled like. And so I didn't intend for them to go on a pork fast, but apparently every time we had pork, somebody would go, "Ooh, I remember that." So that was funny. And at that time, I
That is
wasn't eating any meat. So, but it
that
was
is funny.
fun. It was funny.
Pigs and goats smell pretty bad.
Yeah.
But goats are funny.
Goats are
Yeah.
but both of
Mm.
them will eat anything.
Yeah. But pigs are highly intelligent too.
Hmm.
They what?
The pigs
Pigs
are
are
highly
highly
intelligent,
intelligent. They're
Oh
smarter
yeah,
than dogs.
very much.
but they also eat their own young too,
Oh,
which is
Well,
cool.
some
okay.
cats and dogs will do that as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Well, hmm.
Yeah, because I heard that from Shabbat Shalom, Morgan. I had
Shabbat
Shavua
Shalom,
tov.
Morgan. Shavua Tov.
the girl that works in the office.
Shabbat
You and your love.
Morgan.
To
Yeah,
you and your lovely.
the girl that works in the office at work. She used to have pigs at one time, and she was telling me about all the crazy stuff that they do. I was like, ugh.
Hmm.
Like, why in the world would you have them? She goes, "Oh, we raise them and take them to a slaughterhouse." I'm like,
Hmm.
I'm just smelling that all the time. Ugh. But I'll admit, we used to. Uh, this is a long, long time. It's over 10 years ago, but it wasn't nothing for us to go through a pack of bacon at breakfast. Because me and her used to just kill some bacon. And I
My
made
dad used to cook the best pork chops on the barbecue pit. I think James and I had our fill of meat growing up, so we
yeah.
really didn't need to eat anymore after we grew up.
I mean, I made
Uh,
uh, back when I was making my old school chili beans. I would do a lot of different styles, and I mean, I called them chili beans. I mean, they were chili beans, but I would do one that was all pork. So I'd have pork chops. I'd have bacon. I would have ham in it. And I made another one that was uh, what was it? Sweet and sour pork.
Mm.
I made a sweet and sour pork, chili beans. Um, well, I did all different kinds of stuff.
No, it was sweet and sour chicken.
It was sweet and sour chicken.
Mm.
Okay. Barbecue chili beans. I mean, I did all kinds of stuff, and a lot of it did have pork. I mean, hamburger was the main. Very lean hamburger was the main ingredient. But a lot of times I would just do different versions of it. But I can remember doing that. Like, was it just about every weekend, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I would try something different. Make a big old pot of it, and it would feed us for.
That is probably why I can't eat peppers now.
It's possible.
well, did y'all ever? I know my grandmother. I have memories of my grandmother. Also, my mother. They used to have these. What do they call them? The sets where you put your flour, sugar, or your whatever on the side of the stove or
Yeah.
whatever, or in your cabinet. And there was also an extra one for your bacon grease.
Yeah.
And my mom and my mom always had one. So when I got married, I thought, well, I need one too. So that's what I would
Yes.
always add bacon
Yes.
grease to especially beans and green beans and whatever.
Hmm. Everything.
Um, and gravy as a starter
Salad
for the gravy.
dressings.
But I never did it for salad dressing, but I did it.
I
I did
did, yeah.
lots of gravy, white gravy. But
Yes.
anyway, as soon as I learned what I learned about pork, I mean, all that stopped. But it's
And the
funny.
odd thing, yeah, the odd thing about pork is it tastes so good. I don't have that taste more toward most meat,
It's
just
the
pork,
salt.
and I
It's
had
the
to break
salt.
that.
It's the salt.
It's the salt that makes it taste so good.
It's
Because if
oh
you
the
ate it with
salt,
that, if
okay,
you ate plain pork
and
meat
high
that
blood
wasn't
pressure,
salted, it would
yes.
not taste good.
Right.
Yeah.
I can
That was I
remember.
was raised like that from people that lived in the country and had all the animals,
Yeah.
chickens, cows, pigs,
Well, me too.
guineas, you
My
name it,
grand,
goose.
yeah,
Yes,
yeah, that's true.
It's like
and
I
we
still
had these.
every
I
time
still
her mother
remember my
would.
grandmother.
Well, her
Um,
mother used to come over and spend the weekends with us, and whenever we fix a meal, very first thing she says, "Got any salt?"
Yeah.
It's like,
oh,
no.
first thing before you even eat your food, right?
Yep. Before she even tasted it, got any salt?
Yes.
Like,
Well,
nope.
I remember my grandmother. They had pigs and cows and chickens, and then
Yes.
they raised vegetables, and they
Yes.
sold their. They made milk and cream and whatever, and basically a
Hmm.
very small grade little dairy farm. But I still remember my grandmother, going out. Okay, we're gonna have chicken for supper. You want to come out with me,
Mm.
Betty Kay? So the first time she asked me, I went. I never went after that
After
because
that, you
she
have to
would go
cut the head
chasing the
off. Yeah.
chickens and grab one and start swinging it
I
around
know
her
it.
head
Oh, oh my.
and hang it on the clothesline. And I thought, oh my God.
Yes.
And then that night we'd have this beautiful fried chicken dinner. And
Yes.
but I just decided, well, I like the fried chicken, but I don't want to see how it came to be fried chicken.
Hmm.
Then she'd pick all the feathers off and she'd try to get me to come help. And I remember I just couldn't stomach it. So, and I was
I
little.
agree. Yeah, me
My
too.
family used to put the chicken down, lay its head on a
Oh no,
wooden
yes.
block, and they would chop it off with a
Mm.
And I remember having to pluck the feathers out and how hard it was to get the pin feathers out. And I
Hmm.
remember how stinky the smell just, oh my gosh, it was
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Right.
awful.
Yeah.
And
I
they,
I remember that smell too. It
But
doesn't.
the thing that traumatized me was watching the chicken run around without its head. That was just so traumatizing.
it was. I
I
know what you're talking about,
remember that.
Andrew. It's so traumatizing. When I was a child, I decided I didn't like meat as a child no more. Just witnessing the trauma of the animals, you know? Yeah. I didn't want it. I didn't eat it. I grew up with vegetables. Thank God they had big fields, all kind of fields, different. Oh my, I ate that up and I loved it.
I thought it was kind of funny that after her mom was here for a while, that I guess after about 2 or 3 visits, she actually quit asking for salt. I was kind of surprised.
Wow.
And she was even telling us, it says, "Man, y'all's food is good." And but
Yes.
yeah, but she quit asking for salt, and I mean she killed whatever we gave her. I mean she ate all of it, and it's just like wow, that's crazy. I mean she never once even said anything about, do y'all have any chicken or steaks or anything. She never did ask about that.
Never did that. Yes.
And we had what was that dish we made with tofu one time? That we put like chicken seasoning in it and stuff like that and everything and she thought it was chicken.
Yum.
I was like, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. That sounds
I didn't have
yummy.
the heart to
Yeah.
tell her it wasn't, but she thought it was. It's like, so I like his chicken.
Mhm.
Oh
Yeah.
no, it was the turkey.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It was Thanksgiving, and I made some seitan, and I put artichoke hearts in it. And the artichoke hearts, the way it kind of mimics
Turkey.
flesh,
Uh huh.
um, the texture of meat. And so when I sliced it, it was very turkey like. And yeah, she was like, "Oh, this is really good turkey. This is really good
Yum
turkey.
yum.
It's really good."
Yes.
It was really
It
good.
was, yeah. Yeah.
You know, it's amazing how God opened up a whole new way of life to eating, you know? I mean, you raise one way, but you start learning another way.
Yeah.
I'm thankful for that.
Yeah.
Because all of my family are gone because of high blood pressure, eating all that pork. You know, we was raised on it, and everybody had animals and pigs and cows and just big, smokehouses. And somehow I'm still here, and I'm the oldest of my family, you know?
Yeah.
So I'm just thankful, that maybe he did put me on a path I wasn't first aware of, but as a young person, I liked it and stayed with it because what I was raised on is entirely different from what I eat.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, and what my mom did was the complete opposite. I mean, when we brought her here, we had, I guess we had just started eating this way probably about a year, maybe.
Yeah.
And so she was eating, what we fixed.
Yeah,
And
when she first moved in, we were still eating keto.
oh, okay, but anyway, um, but she had no, no, we already done stopped that.
No,
That
we
was
were still eating
it was in
keto. We were still
2018.
eating keto when Pamela was here because I remember us sitting at the table eating steak.
Okay, anyway, um, but she was actually starting to feel better because there was no chemicals in our food. There was no none of that kind of stuff. And
Well, it's because she was off the junk food.
yeah, she was off of her junk food, and I wasn't letting her store any snacks or anything like that in her room. I mean, she ate what we fixed, and she was getting to where she didn't use her walker a whole lot, and she's
Wow.
and actually admitted to us that she was starting to feel better, and we're like, awesome. And just one day, don't know what happened, she just snapped and had a fit at the dinner table. She says, I've been eating like this for 80 some years. I'm going to keep on eating like this. I'm not eating y'all's crap anymore. And man, she went
Oh, no.
downhill immediately.
Oh, my.
Oh, wow.
I mean,
Mm,
to the point to where she just ended up being bedridden
Mm.
because
mm,
she couldn't move.
Wow.
And because what it was is she was getting all these frozen meals, and she was getting mad because we got rid of the microwave because it's not radiation's not good for you. And so we got rid of the microwave. That made her mad. And I told her, I said, we still have a toaster oven. I mean, we could fix your stuff in a toaster oven. You're just going to have to wait a little bit longer,
Hmm.
But oh yeah, she had her room was packed full of little Debbie cakes and all
Wow.
kinds of stuff. And it's just like, crap in and crap out. I mean, I can't really say much. I mean, I was a little Debbie nut. I, mean, I used to eat little Debbie's all the time when they were like 25, 50 cents a piece.
Yes,
I would
me
just
too.
I would just I would just Of course you can't do that in a store now. I think they're what, a dollar
No,
each
you
now or
can't.
something,
Yeah.
but I
Thank
don't know.
God.
I haven't been to a store in so long I wouldn't know. But uh but yeah, I mean, I used to live off those things because it was cheap. And I was truck driving a lot, so I was on the road all the time and everything. It was just easier just to stop at the store, spend a couple of bucks on a bunch of little Debbie's, and that would just kind of keep you from going hungry throughout the day,
Yes.
yeah.
you know. But
Mm,
I will admit, I mean, I before we started eating like this, I was starting to feel bad, and I was like, I don't want to feel like this. I
And
was feeling like,
isn't it amazing our bodies start letting us know, hey, okay, knock,
yeah,
knock, hello,
yeah,
it's time to change this or that, and we're not even realizing what we need to change until we finally learn. So it's good to eventually learn and not be in the grave. Yeah.
what was it that he told Adam and Eve they could eat? All the seed-bearing plants.
Yes.
yeah,
So
Yes.
it's like, okay, let's go back to the garden. Everything was pretty good then, you know?
yeah.
So,
I was just like I was
Hey.
talking to a buddy of mine the other day. I mean, he's on a lot of different medications, and he's only like 6 months older than I am, 8 months older, something like that. And he was making fun of the way we eat at one time, and of course he's got Crohn's disease and with some other health issues and stuff. And I even told him one day, I said, "You know what causes Crohn's?" He goes, "What?" I said, "Food." I said, "You know how you fix it?" "What?" "Food." I said, "That's what causes Crohn's, dude." I said, "Eating crap." I said, "And you do eat a lot of crap. I mean, pizzas and hamburgers and junk food and stuff like that." His doctor's supposed to have him on this diet, and he was even here at the house one time, and we were getting ready to fix dinner. He says, "What are you having for dinner?" I said, "Salads. You want to stay for dinner?" He goes, "Oh, my doctor says I can't have salads."
What?
I was like, "What?" He says, "Oh," he says it's roughage, and I can't have that. I was going, "Dude, you're kidding me."
What kind of doctor is that?
I don't know.
That's what you need with Crohn's, roughage.
I know. But it's like I told him. I said, well, I'm eating like this because when I'm 80 years old, I still want to be able to jump in the john boat and go fishing with no pain. I said, I want to get old and be healthy and happy doing it.
Yes.
I don't want to be in a wheelchair, or I don't want to be sick, or I don't want to be,
or even in the grave.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
Especially.
And he was kind of like, "Well, I guess I can understand that." I said, "Well, it's never too late to start, dude." But it's
But
I don't rag him for it. I mean, I don't stay on him about it. I just told him, said, "This is how I feel about it, dude," and I'll leave it at that.
And some people never really are willing to change anything, even though they've been notified or you got, something you're sharing that you're doing, and it's rejected. So
yeah,
I don't understand, if
it was like what Libby was saying. It was like what Libby said a little while ago about the doctors. And I went for just a routine checkup. I don't know, about almost a year ago, and I had just had like blood work and everything done for insurance and this, that, and the other, and all my stuff came out flying colors, and which I'm knock on wood, thankful for that. But they drew blood when I was there, and I was thinking, well, I've already had all that done, dude. I mean, but whatever. And so he calls me up, and he says, your cholesterol is a little higher than it's supposed to be. I was like, "It is?" And he said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, that's weird." And I said, just 6 months ago, I had that stuff done for life insurance, whatever, and everything came out perfect. Actually, better than that, they actually gave me double the amount for the same price. And he says, "Well, it's up a bit and everything." He says, "So I've got some statins I can put you on." I was like, "Dude, whoa.
No.
Whoa. I told him, I said, throwing medicine down somebody's throat doesn't fix the problem.
No.
I told him, I said, "I know what the problem is, and I'll fix it myself." And he says, "You know what the problem is?" I said, "Yes, sir, I do. I know exactly what needs to be done."
He didn't even check your cholesterol.
Yeah. And so anyway, he says, well, I'll schedule you for a couple of weeks to come in. I said, no. Give me 3 months. I said, "Give me 3 months and I'll fix the problem." And he was like, "Well, okay, I got to see this or whatever." I was like, "Oh, well, I'll see you in 3 months, just to prove a point to you." And I told her, I says, "I know what to do." I said, "We've been eating crackers with our soups, and I got back on peanut butter again." And bye, Libby. And
Libby.
Have a good week, sweetheart. Love you.
Yes.
And I knew what it was. I was adding a little bit more fat in my diet than I was used to. So I said, okay. So I cut all that out. Well, 3 months later, I go back there, and first thing he says is, "I'm a little concerned." I said, "Concerned about what?" He goes, "You're almost 12 pounds lighter now than you were when you came in just a few months ago." I was like, "Yeah, I know. I cut the fat out."
Yeah.
He goes, "You did what?" I said, "I told you I knew what the problem was, and I cut it out. I said, he says, well, I'm really nervous that you lost that much weight so quick. I said, dude, I lost 8 pounds the first week.
Mm.
He goes, what? I said, it's the fat, dude. I said, I cut it out. I said, I'm actually down to the weight that I'm supposed to be now. And he goes, well, I'm still kind of concerned that you lost it that fast. I was like, why? I'm healthier for it.
Stop worrying.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
I couldn't get him to understand. And it was aggravating. And I was like, oh my gosh, dude, you don't honestly think that somebody can pinpoint what's going on and fix it themselves?
Because all they're taught is to shove pills down your throat.
Yeah.
And that'll be less metal. That'll be less money coming in their pocket if you're more healthy.
Well, not only that, but he never did check my cholesterol when I went back in.
Mm-hmm.
Because I bet you he probably figured, well, if he lost that much weight and he cut the fat out, I guess
Yeah.
there's no reason to. You know, and but the funny thing is, when I was in there the first time, he says, "Have you ever had a colonoscopy?" I was like, "No,
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, "Well, you know, the number one killer in men is colon cancer."
Mm.
I was like, "Really?" So he gave me that box that you mail off or whatever. Well, but when he calls me back on the phone, you know, a week or so later, tell me about my cholesterol being high and everything, he goes, well, you know, a heart attack's the biggest is the number one killer in men. I said, wait a minute,
Here we
brother.
go.
You told me it was colon cancer. Which is it?
Yes.
Or which is it this week?
Wow, double whammy.
You know, so I caught him. I caught him right there. I mean, he's a nice guy. Don't get me wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I think he went off to the Marines now or something, over in Japan or something like that. But
Yeah.
I mean, he was a nice guy. I mean, I wasn't like rude to him or nothing like that. But I was just basically just blunt and to the point with him. I was like, dude, look, I'll fix it. Give me 3 months. I'll come back and I'll blow your mind.
Yes.
Because I was telling him, I said, you know, because he says, well, how are you with heartburn, this, that, and the other? I said, I wouldn't know. I ain't had it in almost 10 years.
Mm.
He goes, what? I said, nope. I said, we used to get it all the time. So we would go through a family-sized tub of Rolaids in a week between
And
me and
we
her.
were on Zantac twice a day.
And we're on Zantac. And would still get heartburn because our bodies was rejecting what we were eating. That's why. And so as soon as we start eating like this, just 100% plant-based, we don't get it no more. Now, every once in a while, I'll get like a little reflux because there was something that just didn't agree with me.
Yes.
It's not heartburn. It's just just a little kind of an uncomfortable
Yeah.
reflux.
Because everything is not going to be agreeable, you know,
Right.
100%.
And when that happens, whether it's me or her, when that happens, we can pinpoint exactly what it is
Mm-hmm.
and eliminate it.
Eliminate it, yes.
So so we've been clean for so long with no chemicals, nothing like that. If anything upsets our stomach or whatever, we can pinpoint exactly what it is, and then fix the problem. And so that's we're very thankful that we can do something like that.
Me too. You know, I'm thankful for that my health is better now than it was in the 80s, you know, early 90s. Now we in the 2000s. I feel a lot more normal than I did then. And it has a lot to do with being proactive on your health.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's like we haven't been out to eat in over 10 years.
Me either.
And I
Me-
kind of, I
I
kind of miss it a
stopped,
little
yes.
bit. I mean, I miss it a little bit, but the thing is, I don't trust. I mean, because we could just go out and get a salad if we wanted to or something like that, but I don't trust the people making the food knowing what's in the food.
Yes.
Not that the people I don't trust. I don't trust
Yes.
their lack of knowledge of what is in the stuff that they're using.
Because even today, they got salads you can just buy, and there's problems, you know?
Well, not only that, but the salad dressing that they give you is also full of chemicals.
Yes.
And
Yes.
so
They don't
fattening.
understand that.
Yeah.
And I don't hold it against them. It's just that they just don't understand that. As a perfect example, I think what set me apart on I'm never eating something that anybody fixes ever again was when and it's nothing I'm not trying to be offensive or anything. I'm not. It's just that not everybody reads labels. Not everybody, whatever. And I understand. I have to get on her sometimes about labels. And her mom, we went to her mom's one time, and we brought our lunch with us. And she says, "Oh, I just made some green beans back there. And she said, why don't you guys have some green beans?" And we were like, "Nah, it's okay. We got our lunch here." She goes, "Oh, they're clean. There's nothing in them. It's just green beans." And her sister was like, "Yeah, they're just green beans." I was like, oh, "Okay." To make her happy, we both got some green beans. We started eating them. I was kind of like, "What tastes funny?"
What?
And she's like, "What do you mean they taste funny?" I said, "Something don't taste right with these beans." She goes, "Well, it's got fat back in it."
Oh.
And I was like,
Okay.
I'm sort of thinking,
So now we don't trust anybody's cooking.
yeah, and
Me either.
it's like I said, it's nothing
Yes.
nothing against anybody. It really isn't. Just that not everybody reads labels. Not everybody.
I agree.
They
Yes.
they mean well. I get it. I understand that. They mean well, and unless they can guarantee me, hey, it's kosher, it's or whatever, then maybe.
And it doesn't have nightshades.
Yeah, it doesn't have nightshades, which is peppers and potatoes and stuff like that. She can't have that. But it's kind of aggravating sometimes because
Yes.
I mean, that really made me mad when she did that.
Hmm.
I was like,
Sure.
You
Yeah.
gotta be kidding me. We're not supposed to be eating that stuff, and you threw it in green beans. Green beans don't need that.
Then it's not just green beans.
Right.
Amen.
Well, I had a wellness visit with my nurse practitioner that I was dreading. I just don't like going to the doctor. But anyway, it was so pleasant. She was so pleased with my health and all that. She said, "I can't believe you are 83." She said, "You look better than some of the 50-year-olds that I treat." And we just started talking about nutrition and whatever. And she was telling me that she had just had a baby and she has another child that's 5. And she had to sign a permission slip for his first field trip to McDonald's. And she didn't sign the permission slip.
Oh.
And so the teacher called or something and said, "You mean you don't want your son to go to go on this field trip?" She said, "No." And she said, "He's never had a McDonald's in his life, and he can just stay home from school that day." Because every time, we would pass by a McDonald's, if he had gone on the field trip, he would want the hamburger and fries. She said it's just not.
Yes.
And I was just so pleasantly
Yes. Yes.
surprised.
I agree. Yes.
And the
I can
same with,
remember. I can
yeah.
remember back when I was truck driving, that I could smell a McDonald's before I even got to it,
Mm-hmm.
and I was
You
kind of
can
like,
still smell it.
and I was kind of like, oh yeah,
it.
McDonald's. Here we go. I can eat pretty cheap at McDonald's. Now it's like when I drive by one and I smell it, I'm like, oh,
No
that's
thanks.
awful.
I got turned off at McDonald's when I had a friend and she had a bunch of babies. She had a bunch. She was always having babies. But every single time I was around those kids, their poop smelled like McDonald's. And just
Smelled like what?
it smelled like
Smell like
McDonald's.
Oh,
Because they ate
no.
at McDonald's all the time.
Yeah.
And that poop smelled like McDonald's. And I was like,
McDonald farts.
so that like completely turned. I have not eaten at McDonald's since.
Yeah.
I can't remember the
Yeah.
last time I ate at McDonald's.
Now, when I was a teenager, I used to work at Burger King, and I can remember having to shower every day because my skin was just covered in grease. And especially if I worked the French fries or over by the fryers and stuff, and I can remember, and this, I didn't even think about it back then. I still ate the stuff regardless of whatever, but the stuff cannot be good for you when you spend 3 years working there, and then during the course of that time, I actually started losing my hearing, and everything started sounding muffled, and I would work the front counter taking orders and stuff. I had to lean into him and say, "Can you repeat that again?" Because I had a hard time hearing it while I was telling Dad about it. And
Jonah.
and
No.
Of course, he was a uh, he had like a medical practitioner kind of deal. Even though he was an optometrist, he still knew about medicine stuff like that. And he said, "Well, sit down here on the commode for a minute. Let me see something." So I sat there. I was probably 16, 17 years old, and he looked at my ear. He says, "Your ears are clogged." And I was like, "Okay." And he took the syringe thing and put some hot water in it, and all that, and started washing my ears out. And all of a sudden, they cleared up, and he says, "How's that?" And I was like, "Ow, not so loud." He says, "I'm talking normal." And I remember the
Yeah.
air rushing in. The grease had built up in my ears the size of raisins
Oh
and
my.
had blocked my hearing.
Oh
And I
my
started
gosh.
thinking, and I'm thinking, oh my God. Of course, ever since then, every time I get out of the shower, I'm paranoid. I clean my ears out every time. I've been like that since then.
Yeah.
But I was just kind of thinking to myself, it's like, oh my gosh, what's it doing to your lungs? To, I mean, just whatever. So it wasn't much longer after that. I was offered a job somewhere else. I just went there. But I was like, oh my gosh. And I was like, jeez. I can just imagine. And I remember smelling like it all the time because it got in your skin. So I smelled like grease all the time.
Yeah, my two youngest daughters worked at, see, one was at Dairy Queen and the other was another fast food place. I can't remember the name of it, but they served people on roller skates.
Hmm.
Oh,
Uh,
okay.
anyway, uh, they used to come home smelling like grease, both of them. And Amy's was a mixture of grease and ice cream, but the ice cream was like,
That's funny.
old. Yeah, yeah, just bad.
And don't get me wrong. I had a blast working there. I mean, I
Yeah.
did. I had fun,
Mm,
and because it was my very first job I ever had, as far as going to
mm,
work.
mm, mm.
And but I never oh, I don't feel like going in today. I was never like that. I'm thankful I had a boss who instilled a good work ethic in me.
Yeah, that's
And
important.
and she was I used to call her name was Bobby. I used to call her Aunt B. And she was a diehard, stay busy, get it done, this, that, and the other. But she was the nicest person to get along with.
Oh, that's
But
nice.
she was also very, guys, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, and everything. And that just kind of instilled that in me.
Well,
And
efficient. Yeah.
and of course, Dad had it in me too. But as far as a work ethic, um, but I did have fun there. I really did. I actually
Yeah.
felt bad about leaving because I was kind of like, I was kind of, man, I've been here for 3 years, and but I also told myself too, so you can't be working fast food all your life, dude.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, I just remembered the other Beth, my middle daughter, Bethy, worked at Sonic.
Okay,
And
Sonic, yeah, yeah,
yeah, Sonic. So, but she came home smelling like grease every day. Just
man. I
anyway.
will say one thing though. I did come up with some pretty cool uh, burgers and stuff like that. But especially the chicken sandwich I used to make.
Mm.
I think when I was there was when he first came out with that chicken sandwich. And oh man, I had bacon and barbecue sauce and all kinds of stuff on it. I quit sneezing. But oh man, I was making all kinds of stuff. I like make my sandwich up and throw it down there, and then just pay for a sandwich. And they had all stuff
Yeah.
loaded on it or whatever.
Mhm.
But used to make it for buddies of mine and stuff like that. They're like, man, that's a killer sandwich right there, dude. I'm like, hey, ain't it good? It's a shame we don't sell it like that.
Yeah, put it on the menu.
And then Bobby saw me doing it. She's like, I seen that. I was like, you see
Yeah.
what? She goes, I'll let it go. Just because it's you, I'll let it go.
Uh,
Now, Lasheva, your
yes.
daughters never got hurt on the roller skates.
No, she's
They were good. They were good at it then.
She was very, very coordinated.
I can
Yeah,
look at
she
a roller
took
skate, twist my ankle.
acrobatics, and whenever we'd go on the beach, she would like do acrobatics down the beach in the sand. And no, roller skates were not a problem for her.
Yeah.
They
I've
would have been
tried
a
them in
problem
my
for
youth.
me.
Yeah, I tried them in my youth and never could get it. Okay? So I give her some kudos for that.
Yeah.
Well,
Working on a job and roller skating, that is excellent.
that's just
The
like I was
one
just
and only
saying.
time I ever got on roller skates, I ended up breaking my tailbone, and I'm not.
Oh,
I
And
can
that's
look
what
at a.
I dread, yeah.
That's what I was saying a second ago. I can look at a pair of roller skates and twist my ankle.
Mm-mm.
Whoa.
I don't. I don't get near stuff like that. Skateboards, none of that. I don't have any kind of balance for that kind of crap.
Y'all remember those roller skates you used to like put them on your toes and around your heel, and then tighten up the little nut in the bottom that held the front and back together on the bottom of a regular pair of shoes.
I've seen them. I haven't.
Are you talking about the one that the kids were wearing a while back?
Was it
Oh, a while
recent
back, I'm talking 60 years ago, bro.
vintage ones?
Oh, the ones that
yeah,
used
it
the
was. Yeah, they
key.
had straps. They had a key.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, I had some of those. Yeah, I got pretty good at roller skates because we lived, when we came back from England, we lived in an apartment and we were like, there were lots of apartments. It was built on a hill and we were at the top. And it took me forever, but I finally got the nerve to go down the hill all the way to the bottom. And it was windy and curvy and everything, but my friends kind of dared me. And I did, and it was so much fun. But then going back up the hill in those roller skates, oh my gosh,
Oh my
that was
Yeah.
not
gosh.
fun.
Woo.
Did yours have just metal wheels?
Metal wheels, yep,
Yeah. Those things
and
used to just shake
leather
me so
looking
bad.
straps, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, they're going across the streets in Dumas, Arkansas.
Yeah,
Um, yeah, those were so rough. It'd shake you all the way up to your knees,
that's
Oh
running
yeah.
true.
over all the gravel. Yeah.
Do y'all
I know,
remember
but
back
what do
in?
you do? You want to skate, so
Yeah. Do y'all
Yep.
remember
that's what
back
you
in the?
do.
Was it the '60s, early '70s, or something? I think they used to call them moon shoes. They were the springy platform shoes that you
Oh,
strap.
they use
That
those
you.
in those still use those in therapy, in physical therapy. They still use those
But
for children.
one of my brothers had them, and I was a
Never
little
heard of
bitty
those.
kid back in the early '70s, and I remember I put those on my strapped those on my shoes one time, try to walk across the basement. And those things about busting my butt.
Oh,
But yeah, they're just like it's like you stand on them, they just like spring, and you try to walk like that and everything. And oh yeah, we had a about a 8-inch diameter pole in the basement. That I guess it was a support beam for the basement. I guess it was like right in the center of the house. And I remember walking those things. I must have been about 5 or 6, and I went head first into that pole. Yeah, that might be what happened to me. Probably, yeah. Like if I turn my head too fast, I hear it rattle. That's probably what it is.
I have happy memories with roller skates. While I was in England in fifth grade, we went on a field trip. The fifth graders and the sixth graders went, and I had a crush on my best friend's big brother, who was in sixth grade. And in fact, I had gone over to their house several times for dinner and all that. And, I just thought he was the cutest thing in the world. Anyway, he was skating and he asked me if I wanted to skate with him. And I was so excited, I just could hardly stand it. Anyway, we skated and then it got time to go. And oh, this is being recorded. I don't care. This is a good story. Anyway, it got time to go. And he said, well, let me walk you out to the bus, And so he was walking and he kissed me on the cheek. Do you know you've probably heard stories like this, but I did not wash that place on my cheek. I washed all around it for a whole week.
Oh,
That was the most fun thing. And then I remember his name was Roland Moore. Okay, so when we were on our way to Iran, Dad was working for the Shah at the embassy, or that was where he was going on assignment. It was actually on our way back, and I was 18 then, had just graduated from high school. And we stopped in Greenland. And this really cute guy came out and we had to change planes. He offered to take our luggage and put it on the other plane. And I kept staring at him, and I thought, he looks so familiar. And he was staring at me. Do you know he was Roland Moore? He was my fifth grade friend that I was crazy about. And we chatted a bit. I mean, it was just so fun, like a deja vu. I didn't tell him what effect his kiss had had on me, but
oh, why not?
but it was really amazing after all those years. I guess it wasn't that many years, but quite a few years had passed. So anyway, who would ever
That's a
think
sweet story,
That is crazy. Yeah.
who would think you'd meet somebody, a former kind of boyfriend in Greenland?
Yeah, really.
That's a long
Yeah,
way away from home.
it was cool. So, what's everybody up to the rest of the day today?
Yeah, pretty much what what we're doing now.
Well, just
Sit back and watch some cooking shows,
Yeah.
which gives us some good ideas.
Well, I
What'd you
probably
say?
will be on YouTube after this fact and Netflix too. That's my company keepers.
Oh, well,
After you guys, your first choice, and then that, the TV.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna walk my puppy, and then I want to have some study time. So it's quiet, and
All right. Study for
most
me too. I
everybody,
need some study. Study for me too.
most everybody knows, all my children, that I like to kind of have my quiet time, whatever, on Shabbat, and they don't usually call me unless they really need me. So it's kind of a quiet time.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I did just get a text I wanted to share with y'all because I mentioned my friend whose daughter had brain surgery and she was not expected to live. She was in hospice, and the doctor told her parents that she would not be allowed to go to home hospice because she was having such a hard time. Well, apparently, um, she's doing a little better because they did let her, she's supposed to go to home hospice today. So I'm happy for that at least she can be with family, and it'll be a lot easier on everybody.
Yeah.
Well,
So
look at you.
that was good news that, the end
Yes.
of her journey, it seems, is at least going to be more pleasant than being in a facility away from home.
Yeah.
So
And that's the best we can hope for, right?
that's the best.
The
I would not
best,
take
peace
anything
and
for the
love and family.
experience that I
Yes.
had with my husband the last little bit of his life when he was in home hospice. Um, it's just much better to be home, and it was better for him too. So
Baruch Hashem.
anyway, yes, Baruch Hashem.
Well, I'm going to say Shavua Tov to everyone.
Shavua Tov,
We
hon.
gotta get,
Much love.
we gotta get
And
dinner going ourselves.
we all keep each other in prayer.
Yeah.
Hey, Chuck,
And
have
may,
fun with those games, dude.
and may
yeah,
Hashem reunite
how
us
about you
again
that time?
soon.
Do what?
What'd you say,
Yeah,
Charles? Who was
I,
that?
I was just gonna be very aggressive about taking a nap, but I think I'm gonna follow Todd's advice and play a game.
Mm,
Yeah.
I think you'll like
okay.
that Traffic Frenzy. That's pretty good, and that other one I gave you is, like I said, it's pretty relaxing. I mean, you just sit there and just knock stuff down on tables, and But
Yeah, yeah.
there is strategy involved. There is strategy. You got to think a
Well,
little bit.
and that other one was called. Just a second, I wrote it.
Smash Fest.
I wrote it somewhere. Traffic Frenzy Smash Fest. Yep, got it.
Smash Fest. Yeah.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Hey, Charles, are you coming to the conference in Jackson?
That's not possible.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's
I
just
know
not going to work.
I know Todd and Angel can't come, but
Miriam either. I'm sorry.
We do want to come
Yeah.
to Charlotte though.
yeah,
Next
yeah, that'll be good.
Are you going
Okay.
Oh yeah,
to? Okay.
I think I've been to every one so far for I don't know how many years.
Oh, bless you.
Yeah, Charlotte's
I wish.
Charlotte's just a little over 3 hours from here, so
Oh well, that's
Well,
good.
so we
Well,
because what we're planning on doing is coming in the morning. I think David said nothing really starts till about 10. So I figure if we leave here about 5:30 or 6, we can be down there a little early.
that'll be good.
Hang out with everybody, and then maybe around 6 o'clock go ahead and head on home.
Yeah,
Because we don't have anybody to feed the cats or anything. So
right, right. So who? Samsung. I know that's not your name. I'm just
Baxter.
teasing you. You're
Baxter.
coming to the conference, Baxter? Hey, good. Great. Are you bringing your wife? No. Okay. Well, looking forward to seeing you then.
Yeah, definitely.
I think it's going to be good. It's going to be different than any other conference, Ross keeps saying. More discussions and not like speaking from one person to the other. So I can just come and, enjoy myself and not have to get butterflies thinking, oh gosh, I'm going to have to speak tomorrow or I'm going to have to whatever. I don't have to worry about that. I can just come. So that's exciting.
Elisheva,
Yes,
we
ma'am.
can go online and hear after, if something posted, right?
He's not going to record it. I'm not sure
Oh,
what
okay.
yeah, because it's going to be like small group discussion and some people don't want to be recorded. And
Yeah.
so he's honoring that. He and Seth are trying to figure out a way to maybe incorporate the audience in some parts of it if possible, but I'm
Yeah,
not
that's
sure.
what I want.
The
Any
easier way
part.
would be to direct the camera in a certain position. The ones that don't want to be on camera,
Yeah.
inside the
Yeah.
camera
Right.
range.
But then their voice would still be heard if they're speaking.
True.
But maybe they don't, maybe not. I don't know.
Well, I hope to get any part I can get to hear about,
Mhm.
because it's always been so excessive so many years past.
Yeah,
And you feel like, okay, wait, I want to get in there some kind of way, Yeah.
I got it.
So I'm just playing.
Well, I think they'll figure out something.
I believe that too, yes.
So,
Shavua Tov, dear ones.
well, Shavua Tov, on not to be redundant, but this is the first Sabbath of the sixth
Yes.
month according to the biblical calendar. So,
Second day of Elul.
pretty cool.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, y'all.
It's good. It's good seeing everybody.
Hey, Angel,
Good to
I got a
see you.
question for Angel.
Sure.
On the fermentation, you said you're doing some research.
Yeah.
I would like to find out if you're going to put anything. Are you going to put it up on your
On my website?
Yeah,
Yes.
cool. All right.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it.
All right.
Go deal.
Angel, you always so sharing. Thank you.
Yeah, really.
Yeah. Yeah. She's a sweet girl.
She is.
Oh, my
She's a
goodness.
real angel.
She
He
is.
has to be to
Name
put
that.
up with Todd.
Just
That's
pat her
true.
on the head one more
Yeah.
time, Todd. Oh,
It's kind of
so
funny
sweet.
Oh, so sweet.
when I leave for work in the mornings, everybody piles up in the kitchen, so I'm going around petting everybody by, and they're standing. The other she's standing there. I'm like, no, would you?
Oh.
So I scratch
Uh,
up under her chin like I'm doing everybody else. She's like, right.
that's
Oh,
funny.
that's
Well,
so sweet.
y'all have a good afternoon and evening and a good week.
And for me too.
You all
To
And
too.
you
all.
too.
Bye, Eli.
Oh, Eli's so cute. So
And
He's a
sweet.
pistol,
Miriam, I
boy.
have been joining Valentine in praying for you and a
Thank you.
reunification
Oh, I need
with
it
your
and
daughter.
I feel it. I truly do. I mean, look like each day brings on more understanding and peace and, tranquility.
Well, you came to my mind last night, and I mentioned your name when I was lighting my
Oh,
candles. So
Oh.
Baruch
anyway, just
Hashem,
wanted to let
Baruch
you know.
Hashem, Baruch
Sure.
Hashem. I love y'all. Bye bye.
Baruch
Bye,
Hashem.
y'all.
Love you all.
Shavuot
Shavua
Bye
Tov.
bye.
Love you
Maybe
all.
see some of you tomorrow. Maybe.
Yes.
Okay. Take care. Bye bye.
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 Yes.